acceptance of the agenda.
So moved.
Second by Ms. Curran. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous. Awesome. All right, it's December 3rd. It's cold. Are there any walk-ins here this evening? Couple? Yes, ma'am? Go ahead. Yep. Come on up.
Okay.
Sure. Just tell us your name and address.
Hi, my name's Anna Shea. My address is 138 Hollett Street. Here tonight, seeking some advice, I guess, some guidance on a maintenance plan for the PJ Steverman inline rink. Just gonna give you guys some stuff. Thank you.
Thanks, Anna.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Jim, have you seen this?
You want a copy? The first few pages, 11 pages, I believe, are pictures of the rink as the existing condition now. I have submitted the application to the CPC that's also included there for the repairs of the rink. 24 years ago, we donated the rink to the town of Scituate in my brother's memory. I went there this summer with my kids to teach one of them how to ride a bike, and I almost lost it. The rink's in dire need of repair. I'm actually seeking to find out. I was 15 when the rink was built. I was a sophomore in high school. I don't even know when we gifted to the town what the maintenance plan was, what involved, and anything like that. I don't imagine once we do the repairs, or if it's approved, I don't imagine the maintenance will cost an awful lot every year. My plan is to, once we get the rink built, once it goes and maybe hopefully gets approved, is to sell advertising boards on the rink with an annual renewal to put towards the maintenance of the rink. And I just was kind of seeking your support and guidance in getting a maintenance plan in place, because that's what the CPC asked me to do. So I don't know who to talk to or where to go from here, so that's why I'm here.
Sure. So you've gone to CPC.
Yes.
You've got a proposal before them to, is it going to be to replace it or repair it?
It's pretty much replace it, yeah. Yep.
Yeah. It's
due.
24 years old, like you
Yes.
said. It gets a lot of hard use.
Yes,
Hockey,
absolutely.
street hockey, it's,
Yep.
and just the skateboard park and all the stuff around there. But it
So
gets
this would only be for the inline rink?
Yes.
Yep, yep,
So I think that's great.
Yeah.
A lot of people do use it.
yep.
In terms of a maintenance program, clearly by the grass that's growing in the middle of it and, the condition of some of the boards, it has been neglected, at least over the recent years.
Yes.
So I think a lot of the projects that are coming before us now actually include a component of that in it, only because the town doesn't have the resources to maintain
Right.
necessarily every project that everybody has. So I think it's a good idea for you to come up with something like that. I don't know, can we help give them some sort of an estimate in terms of what annual cost would be to maintain?
Again, the annual cost at the start is nothing.
Yeah.
It's brand new.
Right.
What I had suggested, and I had a conversation with Karen Connolly about it, is they're asking for 315 out of 325, and they're going to put $10,000 towards the construction of the park. Rather than do that, ask for the entire 325 from the CPC and make a gift to the town of the $10,000 for the maintenance and upkeep of the rink. We can tap that then, if work needs to be done, and then they're going to fundraise, they can continue to give those gifts. And then whenever something has to be done, we just go to that fund and hire someone to do it.
Yeah. Just one quick, so we can just accrue that, Nancy, and carry that forward? It'd be like a,
Yes, if the family or the group gifts it, and you accept it that way, we would just set it up with those restrictions.
okay.
They would just send a letter and come in and say, we want to make a donation for the maintenance and upkeep of the Steverman rink, and it goes into a gift account, and that's all it can be spent for.
Sean?
And that would be done in-house with our,
It depends what had to be done, Sean.
I'm sorry?
It depended on what had to be done.
All right, okay.
If we needed to fix some of the surfacing, we'd have a contractor. If we needed to replace a board, maybe we'd have one of our guys replace the board, but it would depend on what had to be done.
Can I just make a comment? Maybe this is like a lot of other things, Anna. Maybe the technology today is different than what it was then.
Yes.
So maybe it would require, like you and I spoke about, easier maintenance, less maintenance, something like that.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
something else to,
Maybe fiberglass boards rather than the
right,
wood boards.
and so that
things
stuff
like
would last a lot longer than,
Yeah.
right, something else to keep in mind.
Yeah. Any other comments?
No, I'm just saying, CPC is reluctant to take on projects if we can't identify where the funds are going to come to maintain it.
Right, and that
Which is
totally
why it
makes
was smart
sense.
of them to suggest that you come to us and at least air the issue. And I do think the 10,000 would be a nice start endowment that you could keep adding to, and so that we're not running into this, having to replace something in 25 years is a long time for something
Right.
like that. So
Right.
it's
It's got its money's worth.
Yeah.
we've definitely got our money's worth out
And
of
in
it.
the past, you know, anybody that's seen something wrong, they've just called my father, and my father's gone up and fixed
Yeah,
it, or my
yeah.
uncle, you know, so over the years, we've just tried to do as best we can.
Well, and just like a house, when you redo one room, then it
Yep.
makes the other room look shabby. So now we've got the new skate park up
Skate park,
there. and
yep.
the- And now the tennis court people are starting to rattle our cages, so, so thank you for doing this, though, over the
Thank you.
years. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
No, I think it's much needed, no comment.
Yeah, and even just, I mean, just regular maintenance, a coat of paint,
Mm-hmm.
you know, like, again, it's 25 years, so it has definitely got 25 years worth of use on it, but the
Right.
grass growing in the pavement, I mean, if we had been paying more attention to it, we could have paved that a
Right,
couple of years
right,
ago.
right.
So, and I think your fundraising efforts to kind of subsidize it would be good, where it wouldn't have to be every year.
Yep.
But when you had to do something, when that fund got low, then you could have some sort of an event.
Yeah,
that
we
would-
have the second annual hockey tournament that I started last year is May 16th,
Right.
2020, and last year I was able to raise 15,000, so my goal this year is at least 25,
Yeah,
so.
so that'd be great.
Yeah.
So what is what's the organization that does, is it?
It's Friends of Scituate Recreation,
that's
yeah,
what
and
I
it's a
thought.
501c3, so we've been doing that for, how many years, Mom? 25?
Yeah,
Okay, so.
yeah.
On this list here, Anna, that's, those that you can't see, it's full page, how many of this on this list is your family involved in?
Every single one.
That's unbelievable. That's what I thought the answer was. That's like-
So
that's-
all the golf tournament funds
Yeah.
went to those
Yeah,
things.
it's a full page, and it's,
Yeah. Great. That's a great
thank you
asset
very
to the
much.
town.
Thank you, Linda.
Awesome.
Maura?
Laura Glancy, 61 Kenneth Road, also rec director of Scituate. She's gonna have to go in front of CPC, and she's looking for some kind of, they're gonna ask her, like, can you get us a letter of who's gonna take care of the maintenance? And that's why, you know, more or less, she's probably here is to see how she's gonna prove to them that she has a maintenance plan in place. So maybe Nancy or somebody we could draft a letter to give her to bring the CPC to help us through this.
Yeah, we can do that, and who's liaison, your liaison?
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, Karen can bring it up as well, but I think that's kind of where they're going with these projects now.
Great.
You know, get it up front, let's get some
Makes
seed
sense.
money here, and then kind of,
Yep.
And
So I'm
then-
on the agenda for December 9th for CPC.
Okay, I'll be in
so-
touch.
Yeah, that would be great.
Thank you,
Jim, do you think a
Maura.
letter's needed, or you can,
I think Karen can handle it.
Yeah.
awesome.
Great. My contact information's on there if you need
Okay,
it. so.
great, thank you.
Great, thank you
Thank
for
you.
coming in.
Want this back for them?
Nope.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Are you sure? Because we'll need one of these,
Okay.
so you don't have to recopy them.
Actually, I'll take one for the minutes if you want.
That was the one.
Yellow one.
Do you want to take mine for your CPC group?
Thanks.
Nancy, what's the balance of the rec,
Mine's black and white.
the balance of the rec CPC funding?
Which part?
The uncommitted funds available?
There is no balance because that's not a 100% set aside.
What's the
Question.
It was a trick question.
Yeah, it was a trick question.
What's the amount that's not in the open bucket there?
At about 1.2 million.
Great. Any other walk-ins? Okay, we'll move right around to the report of the town administrator.
Sure, a few things tonight. First, the fields, you got your first look at the new stadium field on Thanksgiving. Yes, we will fix the PA system, don't worry, it's the first time we use it, like it turned on Friday, so we will fix that. But the track and fields are done, the stands are done, so what you see is gonna be there, with, obviously, we're gonna clean it up. The amenities building, the foundation's in, so they'll start working on that. I don't know why they weren't working out there today, I called and they weren't, but, you know. So the amenities building still has to go in, landscaping, fencing. Over the winter time, they'll start bringing in the materials for the base for the other two fields. Actually, they're expecting to start that in December of this month, all weather dependent. But you will start seeing those other two fields start taking shape over the winter months. What we do want to remind people is those fields are closed. We've had people move the construction fence and go on there. We've had people hop the other fences and go on there. The field is closed. We opened it for one day only. It is not closed and back to construction site, so you need to stay off there. And
Do we have any
let's finish it.
signage?
Yeah, we're gonna put up
Okay.
some more. We'll put up some more. So, by the middle of the winter, you should start seeing those other fields start taking shape with the subsurface going down. And that'll be good. The big thing right now is getting the transformers, so we get the rest of the power. We had generator power for the game last week, because the transformer was not in. So that's going well. Congratulations to the football team. They got the field off to a good start by winning the first game playing on it, so it was good to see that. Water, you have a new water update in your packets for tonight. We'll post that tomorrow morning. We've completed 8 of the 9 flushing zones so far. We'll continue the flushing as long as the weather permits. It doesn't get too cold. The second pressure reduction valve is being installed in Hummerock even as we speak. And the contract for additional water main replacement work is, the engineering, I think, is before you tonight, so we can get working on that. DPW did an excellent job on the first real snowstorm of the year. They did most of the work this time without bringing in the whole contractor. The vast majority of it themselves. Got out early and stayed ahead of it, so we were in good shape today. We continue meeting with our department heads in the finance department, getting ready to do our contracts. All our labor contracts expire 6/30 of 2020, so we're getting prepared to put proposals on the table for those unions. And finally, Lorraine in our office has come up with an idea to help people connect to the town. We get calls all the time. I never get the code red, I didn't get the call, I didn't get the email. So she's gonna set up a series of tutorials, or if you will, here at the library and at the senior center, where people can come in and we will help connect them to Code Red, to our Facebook page, to our Twitter page, to get on the town's email blast, so they can get that information as it goes out. We try to do the best we can. The first one will be December 10th, here from 5 to 7, and then December 12th and December 19th, both will be here from 9 to 11, those are Fridays. People can come in. You need a phone number and you need an email ID in order to get on those websites.
You want help?
So we'll do some advertising on that. People can come in, and again, we'll get them set up so they get those email blasts, they get those code reds. For those who don't know, Code Red is our emergency notification reverse 911 system. When we send out phone calls, it'll go to your house and go to your cell phone, but you actually have to register for it. So we want to get everybody registered for that. I know back when we did the Hummerock, Marshfield had the water issue, and Hummerock was involved. We did a reverse 911 to Hummerock, we did Facebook, we did our webpage, we did an email blast, and we put signs on each bridge. And we still had one woman come in and say, I never got the message. So we're trying to just make sure we do everything we can to get those messages out, so people know what's going on in a timely manner. So Lorraine's going to set that up, and we think we're going to schedule the Council on Aging, we're going to schedule the library for 2 other times.
May I?
Yeah.
I don't mean to sound silly, but if we can't get people to sign up for those things, how are we going to get them to come to town hall? I mean,
Some of it just, they don't know how to sign up for it, they're just not.
well,
You don't know the functionalities available.
okay,
We're gonna put an ad in the Mariner.
okay. Are you going to do Scituate Cable?
Oh, yep, get Seth.
Yeah.
That's gonna be part of the whole information
Okay,
piece. Linda's gonna do a call for the seniors. Jesse's gonna put it on the library page, and we're gonna have a whole informational campaign to come in and just to improve communication.
okay.
So
Yeah.
Instead of
We
just
might not get a-
telling them to sign up, we're gonna help them sign up.
You might only get a couple people, but it's a couple people.
Well, I think if you can do it on TV, that would probably be very helpful. This is what this is for, this is what that is for, this is how you sign up. I am surprised at the people who don't know how to sign up for news and alerts, for example.
Maybe you'd like to do for the committee handbook for people? Maybe we'll just have Seth film
I was gonna say, once it's Seth
how to
film it.
sign
yeah.
up, and we can put that up too.
Yeah, just a webinar would be great, too.
Yeah.
Video, one of them. The other thing I thought of is, remember we were in Ireland and we met with that group, how they had this telephone network where when they had the flooding situations, they called, they had like this almost like Ponzi scheme of
Like a
calling
tree.
people
Email
out.
chain
Call
or-
tree.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, we use the reverse 911.
right. But there could be areas where we, almost like a SANS group could say, you call these 10 people, you call these 10 people.
Yeah, I mean, that's more of an informal, but we could also activate those if we had a known group and say, hey, you need to let people know.
Yeah.
Let the
Or
sales group
texting.
know that this is happening in the Sand Hills area, and they could activate their network. We can do that.
Anything else?
No, that's plenty for tonight.
Good. Just to piggyback on what Jim said, the event at the high school on Thanksgiving was great. The contractor did a fabulous job, jumped through hoops to get that field ready for that day. And Jim, you were pushing them, and Kevin and Mark also. So it just wouldn't have happened if you guys weren't on top of it. And the field looked spectacular. The game was great. The weather was a little shaky when it started out. The speakers very shaky, but
Girls sang the national anthem, had no problems at all.
Yeah, but it was a great event, and I want to thank them. If we can get,
Good point.
maybe we can get a letter out to them, Lorraine, that just thanks them for all the work to get that field ready for that day. That'd be great.
To Mark and to August.
Yeah.
They did a nice job.
Anything else for Jim?
No.
Awesome.
No.
All right, moving right along, we've got some board and committee interviews. We'll start with Gerald. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Very good. Give us 1 second to get our booklets out. And you're here for Conservation Commission.
Excuse me?
You're here for the Conservation Commission.
Yes, that was the one I'm probably a little familiar with. from
Okay.
Some past work I've done, but,
So tell us a little bit about you and why you want to do that.
well, I moved back here to Scituate about 15 years ago. Before that, I was living in Kingston, and I was on two boards in Kingston. One was the Open Space Committee, and I did that 3 or 4 years. Worked with a woman named Pine Dubois, if you might have ever heard of her. We did pretty good down there. We were trying to build that committee up. We had 4 or 5 pieces of property. They were kind of getting a little iffy, so we worked out to make all the personnel on the committee stewards of a particular lot. And we went in there for a couple of years to do that, and it worked out pretty good. My other experience in something like this was the Emergency Operations Center that was set up in Kingston. They were going through a reorganization, and when I joined it, I became the day shift operations officer, and we did that. We had a big test, and the committee did pretty well. So those are my 2 experiences in town government, town committees, things like that.
Right.
So when I saw the list, the conservation jumped out first because that probably was similar to what I did in the open space committee.
Right.
But any other committees, if that's full, I'm willing to look at anything else, water resource, whatever else. You've got another one coming up, charter review or something like that.
Yeah, we
maybe.
got a lot. We have a need of good people. So I'll just ask kind of the customary questions that someone would ask.
Yep.
Have you been to any of the meetings? Have you watched them on TV? Have you?
I went through a couple of YouTubes on them.
Yeah.
I watched a couple of theirs.
Yeah. Are you familiar with the bylaws and any of that for Concom?
Of the
Because Concom's no, for the Concom in terms of.
No, I really
Yeah.
haven't had a chance to get into that.
Usually there's a learning curve for that committee, because there's a lot of technical stuff that you have to know.
Oh, okay.
And I can't even begin to talk about it because I don't even know it. But that's, usually there's the ability for someone to kind of sit and, we used to have an associate position, I don't think we do now, do we? No. But it is something that there's a lot to learn. It's very,
Okay.
which doesn't mean good or bad, it just means it's a good committee that needs good people. I'll open up to you guys for any questions.
But on that note, Tony, there's, 7 or 9 members?
Yeah.
So, I mean, there is a, yes, and there's a lot of veterans on the commission that can bring someone right along.
Right.
What about time commitment, Gerald, or is it Jerry? Gerald? Is it,
It's Gerald, I go by Jerry.
a lot of times they do site visits during the day. Do you have the time for that sort of stuff? What do they, I've never been liaison. They meet once a week, every 2 weeks?
I think it's
Like every other, on
All right.
Mondays.
You could,
Not during the day usually.
no, well, they don't meet during the day, but there might be site visits on occasion.
I have a full-time job,
All right, okay,
8 to 5, so I
Yeah.
might not be able to do that.
all right.
I probably should have done more homework on it.
No, that's all right. I don't think it happens that often, but once in a while, I think they do go out,
Occasionally,
yeah.
but you can do it on Saturday. if you-
Right.
And like Sean said, there's a bunch of people on the committee, so you'll kind of divvy up what you do.
But if you don't think that'll work out for me,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we can
Oh, we're not going to let you get out of the room without being.
What's your passion? You know, what do you, so you were in open space, you worked on open space committee when you were in Kingston. What other passions do you have with regards to public service? Because we have a lot of committees, and, you know, I think there's some good openings. So just curious
I
to,
haven't really got too involved. This will be the first time I've gotten involved again since I moved back here.
okay.
But I enjoyed open space, the conservation, the town, most anything that, you know, I guess more in the conservation area, because that's what I liked, that we protect what we have and manage how it, so a lot of times we get all that material and we can't manage it, and it gets kind of, and people don't know about it, make public land more accessible to people.
Right?
That kind of thing. But I'm willing to open up, see what else there is. Because I learned a little bit about town government when in Kingston. So that's kind of interesting.
Fun stuff, right?
Interesting.
Yes.
I've learned about a lot of people.
And I know, so water resources is sort of another committee that obviously is about, you know, water conservation, more directed to that, and an advisory committee to the board on policies and procedures to help us with our water quality and water conservation efforts. Is that something that would be of interest to you as well? Okay.
As long as it give me a little working time to learn it.
Every committee has learning curves, so everyone's patient and really helpful too, so yeah, not an issue with that.
Any other questions?
No, but I think I spoke too soon about the associate issue. I think that the Conservation Commission appointed Marla Minier and another gentleman to be associates to manage the trails and the signage and all that. So it sounds to me as though, and I'm not sure that that is an appointment of this board, but if it was an appointment of the Conservation Commission to help on that sort of thing,
That's a good point.
would that be of interest to you? Because we have a
experience with
similar,
that one, right?
well, and we have a similar problem here. We have a lot of land, and not a lot of people necessarily know where it is and how to access it, and we're working on it, but if that would be of interest to you, you know, maybe we refer you to the Conservation Commission itself.
That would be good.
And I guess my other question is, you mentioned charter review. Have you had any experience doing charter review, or?
Not charter, I've gotten involved with bylaws and a couple organizations I've been in. Oh, good.
Bylaws?
Said it, huh?
Yeah, you said it. We don't have a currently functioning bylaw review committee.
No, we don't.
Which we should have. So you're putting yourself out there in a couple of ways.
And a member of the Masonic Lodge down in town here, and we've gone through their bylaws numerous times and straightened them out and brought them up to be a more modern thing.
Good.
Okay, thank you.
Well, any other, are we good with the questions? Yeah, so it seems like, you know, we've got some more people to talk to tonight, more decision to make, but I think you'd be an asset to the town in some area, and I think
Appreciate that.
it'll be us to figure out where we think the best fit is, and it may actually be with Concom, who knows? But we'll get back to you. Are we voting tonight, Lorraine? Maybe a couple of them. If not, we'll be in touch in terms of the other things that are
Excellent.
going.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming in.
Thanks, Chuck.
Thank you.
Great. The next candidate is Jill.
What number's coastal?
So this is coastal. Hold on for 1 second, Jill.
30?
It's 30.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi,
How are you?
Jill Amaro, 27 Jericho Road.
Great. So why do you want to be involved? Tell us a little bit about yourself and why you want to be involved in this committee.
First, I was asked to be involved
Because I went to the 25-year harbor preservation meeting at the community center, and I was blown away by all the data that was thrown at us and all these decisions that are before the town. So there are three reasons why it impacts, well, the reason why I was interested in it is I'm a resident that lives in the harbor and in the flood zone, and also my office is in the flood zone. We had flooding for the bomb cyclone a year ago. So I live here in Scituate. I'm a real estate agent, mother of 3. I do have some time. I'm flexible with being able to go to these meetings. I was at the last meeting with the other advisory committee, so I'm interested. And
Good.
I want to help. One of the things that I mentioned to them is that there aren't enough people that know about this and the work that they want to do for the town, or how they want to get the input from the people. With all of my neighbors that are, in the harbor, and all the people that I work with, we all want to collaborate, and there are certainly some problems in the harbor with parking and flooding. So I was asked to help, so I'd love to help.
Great. That's great. So where's your office?
It's on 37 Front Street, right next to Maria's.
Any questions?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Karen?
Thank you for showing up, even asked.
Well, I ran into Kyle the next day after that meeting, and I was totally overwhelmed, and we had that high moon, and I said, Kyle, I can't believe all the stuff that you threw at us, and look at, we were standing by the house that's on stilts on Peggotty. And he said, I need more people like you on my committee, and I said, he's like, are you available? And I was like, yes. So that's why I'm here.
Good. So you've been to some meetings. Have you been to any of theirs?
I've been to theirs, yes.
Yeah, okay.
On November 12th.
Right.
And they want me to go to the one next week.
Right, so you can always go even if you're not appointed yet. but-
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Awesome. Well, I don't have any other questions. Do you?
No, I think what's important we're missing is a business member from the harbor, because from a previous resignation, so it'd be nice to have that spot replaced and that interest represented, because it's so important. It sounds like your forte is more communication and outreach. Would that be an accurate assessment?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
Great.
Like the thing that you were talking about with getting people to go to the library, what about the bulletin boards, the lit up bulletin boards by the dump and the police station?
Yep,
Just a way to communicate to people.
yep,
Yeah.
absolutely. Good thing.
Great. Do you have any questions for us?
No, am I in or out? Am I investing my time, or?
He's asking for the sale.
Very shy. So we have a couple more interviews, and then at the end of the meeting, our next meeting, we'll see how many openings there are, and then figure it out from there. But,
Okay.
and I don't know it off the top of my head, so.
Three openings,
three
6
openings?
renewals.
3 openings and 6
If
renewals?
this is current, and I assume it is, yeah.
That includes the last meeting where you're appointed to.
Yeah, what's a little unusual about this board is that it is more alluded to, it tries to be balanced so that there's somebody inland, there's somebody that, people that are affected in different ways.
Right.
So that's something that we'll have to look at as to who's applying and what slots are
Right.
available. But there are 3 openings right now.
I understand.
So,
Right, and some of them are mandatory
right.
people as well. But great, thank you for coming in.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask them later. I think we might only have 2 left,
Yeah,
because we appointed somebody in October.
I think you put the one that we
We
appointed already in.
appointed 2 of
I
them.
already have it going. I have to tell
Right.
Out of those 2, so we still have 3 more?
Yes.
So 5 new members? Wow.
Well, you upped it to 12 members, remember?
Yeah,
Oh, that's right.
because it's got the
So
funky.
you upped it to 12 members, and you had a couple people drop out.
Yep, makes
So with-
sense.
With all that,
Okay.
it doesn't mean you have to go up to 12 members.
Right.
Oh, but if we have interest, there's plenty of work to go around, so, What
Great.
do we do?
Our last interview this evening is Julie Conroy.
Hi,
Hi, how are you?
good, how are you?
Good.
Thanks for seeing me.
Thanks for coming in. So, Same question, tell us about yourself and why you want to get involved in this committee.
Sure. I am Julie Conroy. I'm a certified planner and environmental scientist. I actually also live in town, somewhat of a new resident, been here 3 years. I live on 125 Captain Pierce Road. I really want to make a difference. I've met with Kyle a number of times. I'm currently and have been working in climate resiliency for the past 10 years. I specialize also in watershed management, water management, so there's a focus there in water, but I've been doing mitigation adaptation. And my first job was actually at Coastal Zone Management in Massachusetts, so I'm essentially a coastal ecologist by trade as well. So admittedly, I've been kind of bugging Kyle and Brad to try to get some sort of a specific project going, but at the same time I realized, I'd really like to be a part of the town government and make a difference that way. I mean, being a resident, I think that's important. And so I was hoping that I could bring the expertise that I have, but then also try to provide some assistance.
Great.
Can we bar the doors now? Not let her out?
How much free time do you have?
Yeah. I should probably mention, although I'm scared to now, that I was on, so I'm from Sandwich, and I was on the Conservation Commission there, so.
Oh, good.
I heard a lot of what you were saying before. But, with my focus on coastal resiliency lately, I thought this was the right board for me. If you agree.
Couldn't agree more. Tony, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Oh. What's the specific project that you've been trying to get us to look at? With all the projects that we have outlined, in the coastal assessment that we've had done, I'm curious what's missing.
Not much in the way of planning. My work is based in planning. I actually wrote the first draft of the climate assessment that then was handed off to MAPC, and MAPC has done a really wonderful job in continuing that planning effort. And I think the planning efforts that are happening in the town are right on. Having the discussions with respect to retreat and Peggotty, and also doing a focus on the Front Street issues. You really have these areas that need to be addressed in that way. I can't help but feel like maybe some action. There's a lot of funding at the state level right now where action grant money is fully available. But because of the fact that the town is still immersed in a lot of this planning, I understand, you need a little time to sort of digest a lot of what the responses have been. So before you go forward and, implement some sort of green infrastructure, for instance, somewhere, which is what I had originally started talking to Kyle about. I now fully kind of did a turn and realized, okay, maybe there's some pause that needs to happen. The next, grant round is coming up next spring, and have to see what happens with the planning efforts.
Great.
Yeah, at that point, we should be poised with a 10-year plan that
Right.
is thoughtful and targets and we can target where our asks are.
Exactly, yeah. Asset management is something that I think is really critical to sort of really prioritize, so.
Good. Any questions?
Yes.
Sean, anything?
No, thank you for stepping up.
Did Kyle let you know about a call tomorrow that is going to be about the Scituate Harbor resiliency effort that we're undertaking? Because I think that you might find it interesting. We had a meeting last week, but a whole bunch of people couldn't make it, so they're sort of redoing it. Are they doing it by phone, Brad?
I think so.
Yeah. I think it's at 1 o'clock or something. Maybe Kyle could let you know, but I'd be interested to hear what you have to say about where we're going
Sure,
in that
yeah.
process. You have an incredible resume.
Thank you.
So we're lucky that you came forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you for coming in, and we'll be figuring this out over the next couple of weeks, so
Okay.
we'll let you know.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that is the last of the resumes, or the interviews this evening. Great. The next item is an outdoor permit on December 13th from 4 to 7. Is Lynn Hershey here? Okay, we'll come back to Lynn. Is she supposed to be here?
I sent her a copy of the agenda. I've been out.
Okay. Well, we'll go to our treasurer and collector, Pam, and maybe if she comes in, we'll...
Oh, it's there.
Evening.
Up here.
We'll have some wonderful news to report. As always, we have an excellent finance committee here in Scituate. We sold bond anticipation notes on November 20th for multiple purposes, as I've shown in your memo. The reason why we banned instead of bond is, well, I've been doing a lot of interfund borrowings, as you all know. I'm also going to do another one tonight. And at the end of this fiscal year, we'll go out and probably bond. We were able to borrow $9,120,000 at a 1.75 coupon rate, which was incredible. Many towns have been borrowing, and I think Situate's got the lowest one so far this fiscal year. I did some research. We also received a premium of $51,438 for a net interest cost rate of 1.1828%. So again, the rates are low enough for us to borrow money at, really nice interest rates. On November 14th, I know you guys already know, but the public may not know, that Jim, Nancy, and myself and our financial advisors, Hilltop Securities, met with Standard & Poor's for our bond rating. Again, we were affirmed the AA+ and the highest rating for short-term rating borrowing. So, things are looking good for Scituate, and, I don't see anything anything wrong there. Actually, we got some pointers, too, on trying for our AAA. Jim and Nancy and I reached out to Standard & Poor's to see, we always are striving for AAA. So we have some things we may be working on and coming back with you to get some more financial planning in place. But, they were definitely, definitely impressed by what's going on here so far. So no negative write-ups at all in the Standard & Poor's review. So it's looking good. And, like OPEB always seems to be the down factor. I think that most towns, it's a downing factor, and I've heard that Standard & Poor's is, not concentrating on that as much as they were maybe in the past. But we'll see.
It's good to know.
Right.
So, they were definitely impressed on what we're doing with our coast and how we're planning for all that. So, I just want you to accept that, the ban, and we'll go out to bond probably May-ish.
We'll do it as a ban in May and probably bond in December.
Right, and just the components of that, just quickly, the biggest piece of it is the water pipe improvements, there's $6 million of it, and the repairs to the facility on Old Oak and Bucket is another $1.2 million of it. So that's the majority of the money that we're using it for, so, good. Motion?
I just want to, did you read that? I want to say congratulations first before you read the motion.
I was going to wait till after, but
Oh, okay.
go ahead.
No, it's okay. No.
Well, you can do it.
We'll just fight about it. Yeah, and after. We can do after.
There's before and after.
No, but just thank you for all your hard work. Y'all work really well and have put this town in a great position in financial state. So please know that it's greatly appreciated.
Yeah, we have a great team. We really do.
We do.
do.
And
Tell
really,
everybody that all the time.
yeah, kudos go, back to Tricia when she started it, Nancy coming aboard in her full capacity, Pam, you and your team, and then Jim really just keeping the efforts going in that direction. It's really night and day from, a decade ago?
Yes.
Yeah, so, great job, guys.
Thank you.
Thank
You
you.
can say that in 20 words, but go ahead, Karen.
They don't count.
Let's read.
All right, so I get to read this whole ban. I, the clerk of the Board of Selectmen of the Town of Scituate, Massachusetts, certify that at a meeting of the board held December 3rd, 2019, of which meeting all members of the board were duly notified and at which a quorum was present, the following votes were unanimously passed, all of which appear upon the official record of the board in my custody. Voted to approve the sale of a $9,120,000, 1.75% general obligation bond anticipation note, the notes, of the town dated December 13th, 2019, and payable December 11th, 2020, to Jeffries LLC at par and accrued interest plus a premium of $51,438. Further voted that in connection with the marketing and sales of the notes, the preparation and distribution of the notice of sale and preliminary official statements dated November 12, 2019, and the final official statement dated November 21st, 2019, H in such form as may be approved by the town treasurer, B, and hereby are ratified, confirmed, approved, and adopted. Further voted that the town treasurer and the Board of Selectmen be and are hereby are authorized to execute and deliver a significant events disclosure undertaking in compliance with SEC Rule 15C 2 through 12 in such form as may be approved by bond counsel to the town, which undertaking shall be incorporated by reference to the notes for the benefit of the holders of the notes from time to time. Further voted that we authorize and direct the town treasurer to establish post-insurance federal tax compliance procedures and continuing disclosure procedures in such forms as the town treasurer and bond counsel deem sufficient, or if such procedures are currently in place, to review and update said procedures in order to monitor and maintain the tax-exempt status of the notes and comply with relevant security laws. Further voted that each member of the Board of Selectmen, town clerk, and the town treasurer be and hereby are authorized to take any and all such actions and execute and deliver such certificates, receipts, or other documents as may be determined by them or any of them to be necessary or convenient to carry into effect the provisions of the foregoing votes. I further certify that the votes were taken at a meeting open to the public, that no vote was taken by secret ballot, that a notice stating the place, time, date, and agenda for the meeting, which agenda included the adoption of the above votes, was filed with the town clerk, and a copy thereof posted in a manner conspicuously visible to the public at all hours in or on the municipal building that the office of the town clerk is located, or applicable in accordance with an alternative method of notice prescribed or approved by the Attorney General as set forth in 940 CMR 29.03 2B, at least 48 hours, not including Saturdays, Sundays, and legal holidays, prior to the time of the meeting, and remains so posted at the time of the meeting that no deliberations or decision in connection with the sale of the notes were taken in executive session, all in accordance with General Law, Chapter 30A, Sections 18 through 25, as amended.
Very good.
I vote to approve the sale of the general obligation bond anticipation notes of $9,120,000.
Second by Ms. Curran. Further discussion? Seeing none? All in favor?
Aye.
It is unanimous.
Okay,
Great job.
thank you. So you don't get rid of me yet. So
Nope, we
speak
still have
of
the,
interfund borrowing.
the vote.
Stephen Moan has requested that Article 3, our harbor master, Stephen Moan, I should probably say that, Article 3, item UU, authorized to borrow a sum of $430,000 at the April 2018 annual town meeting for the replacement of vessel unit number 3 with the fire pump and monitor. So I can see your look, because I've come to you before for this interfund borrowing last fiscal year, and none of the funds had been spent yet. So we didn't ban or bond that amount of money. So now I'm coming back to you again. And it's, the first payment per Stephen is due on December 23rd for $85,000, and then the payments are gonna start one of 6 or one of 5, and the last payment will be due this June. So the whole thing will be done, spent, and borrowed, in this fiscal year. Last fiscal year, we thought maybe there'd be a payment or something due then. That's why I came before you then for an interfund, but we hadn't spent any of it yet, so.
And how is that being paid? Is that borrowed, or is that, it is going to be borrowed, so it'll be part of the bond?
In the May and
December. Any questions?
But it's coming out of the Waterways Enterprise Fund, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And this isn't a, how many boats do we have? This isn't something
Estes.
additional, right? Which one is this?
Places.
4 patrol boats, and one is the small inflatable.
Right.
Keep in the river. And then, so this is the bigger of the 3 main boats, and this will have a fire pump built into it.
So is this in addition to the fire boat that we bought?
No,
This is it. That's what I wanted to make sure. Okay, so I'm like, what are we, okay.
Yeah, because we spoke about it already before. I could see
Yeah, and
what
that's why I'm like,
it was, yeah.
what?
Why was
And,
the delay?
It's being built from scratch.
And they didn't want any money up front to build it?
No,
Good job.
they did, but
But we said no. Nancy said no.
We can pay in advance, but we can pay progress payments if they prove that they built part of it.
so pictures.
Got it. Okay, just wanted to make sure we weren't going boat
Karen?
crazy.
We, just to be clear, so we have to reauthorize because it's a new vehicle?
Fiscal year.
Fiscal year.
New fiscal year, so we just
Fiscal
interfunded
year.
it.
So it gets closed out
yeah.
and then, okay, thank you.
John?
Stephen, have you been up there to see the progress?
I have not.
All right. And is it on, what's the delivery date
It's
Is it-
still June
of 2020?
2020.
Okay.
That's great.
He's
I
supposed
do
to be
have,
getting
I
some
have
pictures.
some photos.
No, it's just, it's very interesting, the way they build boats in Maine, and this is going to be something to see, that's for sure. And it should be it's a lot of
Road
money.
trip, John?
Yes,
That's what
thank
the
you.
fire- I
I
think the
never
fire
thought you'd
chief went
ask.
I went last year with them
Yeah.
when we went through the build and what we were looking for.
There's a very similar boat down at Young's.
Sister ship to it
Right.
at the Scituate Maritime Center.
Right, right.
Owned by,
Resident of
Oh.
Scituate.
they own a fireboat?
No,
No.
no, it's
Without the
a,
pump.
it's a,
Okay, this conversation's going sideways.
Why are these meetings taking?
Lobster yacht.
I see.
They call,
The
they
te-
make them all different ways.
Yeah.
Ours is a fireboat,
Got it.
or ours has a fire pump on it. Our master.
Right, can I have a motion?
Move that the board approve the sum of $430,000 from the stabilization fund to be used for Article 3, Item UU from the April 9th, 2018 annual town meeting as permitted by Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44. Is that what you need?
Yes, perfect.
Okay.
second?
Okay, thank you.
Oh, hold on. Second by Mr. Harris, further discussion? Just a quick question, how much is in the stabilization fund?
Okay, so,
Like 3?
in the stabilization fund now, we have, you have that sheet that you have to sign off on tonight, but the stabilization fund is $4,304,417. So we've borrowed a lot of that already, so.
How much of it is left?
After this borrowing, there will be approximately 700,000.
700,000.
Yeah, because we borrowed for the senior center already and borrowed a lot of
So when
money.
we bond that,
Yeah, well, we'll have to replace it with a bond anticipation note before the end of the fiscal year.
right, so we've probably hit our capacity on interfund
And
borrowing.
we got a little bit left.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? It's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Pam?
Thanks, Pam.
Tony?
Yeah.
I just wanted to mention to you that the Standard and Poor's report is posted on the Town of Scituate website on the Selectmen page.
Oh, great.
Oh, good.
So if you didn't hear Lorraine, the Standard & Poor's report is on our Scituate website on the what page?
Selectmen.
Selectmen's page. All right. Moving right along. We, the 750 item has been removed, and we're going to the 8 o'clock item, which is the North Scituate parking restriction and signage. Brad Washburn, Director of Planning and Development. Hey, Brad.
Hey, how are you? So, tonight we're requesting that the Board of Selectmen approve new signage in the North Scituate parking lot. Just by way of background, in your packets, we included a copy of the MBTA mitigation agreement. So this was the agreement that followed the construction of the Greenbush commuter rail line, and that was basically codifying all of the things that they were providing to the town, whether it be money or improvements. But there was a provision in here, it's on page 16 of the agreement, talking about our use of the municipal lot in North Scituate. And essentially, this was kind of a no-compete clause, if you will, where the T would set a fair rate that we would charge. The town would collect the money, we'd enforce it, et cetera. We have not done this for a number of years because the cost of actually collecting the fees exceeded what we brought in terms of revenue. So right now, it's currently being used as a free commuter rail parking lot, kind of an overflow for what exists at the North Scituate Village Station. So in order to come in compliance with our MBTA mitigation agreement and to provide to go back to what the true purpose of that lot is, to serve as a municipal lot for North Scituate Village for the merchants, et cetera. We would like to, again, ask that the Board of Selectmen change the existing parking signage to go, because right now the signage, I believe, just says park between the lines. And we also have an MBTA, we have a T sign, and we have the outdated collection box. So we'd be asking to remove the, kind of all the MBTA paraphernalia, if you will, the collection box and the T sign, and to replace the existing signage with 2-hour restricted parking. So that would discourage folks from parking in there to, ride on the commuter rail, but it would still give folks adequate time to park to frequent the village and use the playground in the WPA building.
Great. So essentially, those 35 people that are parking in that lot, the MBTA wants them paying on the other lot.
They want their paying customers back, yes.
Okay.
Can I ask a question, though? Wasn't that, that system, that payment system, didn't that go defunct because they moved to online?
Yeah, they don't use the collection boxes, it's all online. I think it's Pay to Park is the app that they use online.
Right.
So even on their own sites, if they haven't taken away the collection boxes, they no longer use them.
But did we get that revenue from their collection boxes? How did that work?
There's a collection box there.
Right, no, I know.
Money, and we had a company that came and collected it, and it came to us. What they were charging us to collect it was more than they were actually
Was cost
collecting.
prohibitive than what
So,
we could get.
when Al was the acting town administrator, I think it was when he was acting town administrator, might even before that, they just stopped collecting. I was coming through there yesterday morning, I saw 5 people just walking across the street going over the train.
And the North Scituate lot is actually, I believe, on the ones they went down to $2. I think it's $2. Anyway, where they're trying to generate more customers, they cut the rate. I know they did at Greenbush, they went from 4 to 2. So I think North Scituate might have been the same.
Is North
situation.
Scituate too?
Not yet, no. They've, on the weekends, it's 2.
Is it 2?
Or, well, yeah.
But there's capacity, and we've kind of taken away customers. So again, but I think more importantly for the town to get, spaces back for the village.
And is the MBTA accepting of a 2-hour?
So Al reached out as the MBTA representative.
Yeah.
He spoke with them. He copied me on correspondence. They liked the idea, so they're, accepting of this proposal.
Okay, because it'll just move people over to their lot.
Yeah.
Got it.
Will the old cash box be removed at all, or?
So yeah, that would be part of this, is we remove the sign that says they had the T logo on a sign, and then also the collection box would be, taken away and patched up appropriately.
And I was at the meeting with you, Brad, I just cannot remember. The whole lot will be 2 hours?
Yes.
All right, okay.
I thought that, what about by the playground?
Will there be free spots?
I thought there were like 5 spots by the WPA building that were.
Well, that was when we were charging for parking,
this
probably.
would be
Now it
free,
doesn't
right?
matter, it's all free.
It's
It's all free. It's
Oh, it's
just
for
a
2
2-hour
hours.
restriction.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then ticket if you're not.
Yeah.
So we'll take one of the electronic signboards. What are we going to do this, January 1st, Brad?
Yes.
So we'll put an electric signboard down there the next week or so, effective January 1st, 2-hour parking, only give people notice.
Oh, January 1st, all right.
We'll give them a little, we're just not going to just put a sign and go out and start ticketing people. We're not that desperate for revenue yet. So we'll put a sign up, just to let people know that effective on a date certain, that it's going to be 2-hour parking only, and then they'll start getting tickets.
And we'll need to talk to the police too, because there's concern over some of the folks that are parking there now might go into some of the nearby neighborhoods and park on the street. So we'll have to do, enforcement to make sure that they're not parking in the lot and not crowding, local streets as well.
How much is the parking at the lot?
$4.
$4 a day?
In the MBTA lot, yeah, $4.
Any
5 if you
comments
don't
from
care.
the audience? Ann?
Amber by 10 Pennington Road. The would the parking on weekends be free in that lot?
It's always free for 2 hours.
No, no. Not 2 hours.
So, yeah, it would always be free. And I don't know if we do the 2-hour restrictions just during the week. I'm not sure exactly the words on the sign, but it would remain free and certainly would be free on the weekend.
It kind of takes away from the thought of people going and shopping there, though, because maybe employees that work from 9 to 5 would park there all day or something. I don't know.
That's fine, that's okay if employees want to park there. If there's some way that enables them to do it. I know now some of them are parking along Gannett Road, and that's theoretically 2-hour parking, not all day. And Ford's parking lot, which runs between the post office and 7-Eleven, that's private, and people park there. I see them walk there all the time from the train.
Right.
So it's, it's all parking out in North Situate, is parking in North Situate.
Right. What do you guys think about her thought on weekends? Do you think it should be no 2-hour restriction on weekends?
You just don't enforce it on weekends. That's all.
Yeah, you just don't send the police down there, I guess.
Shouldn't you just say Monday through Friday? I
Accurate
don't-
if you're gonna do it. What did you say, Sean?
Monday through Friday, 2-hour parking. It's that simple. The idea of not enforcing and then enforcing, I don't know if I like that idea.
Well, I think if you're trying to get the lot to be an active lot for people to come use the area, then you don't want people parking there all day, because some people work on Saturdays, and they'll park there and go to the train.
Well, you'll have the same problem with people that want to take the train in on weekends for
Right.
weekend events, especially with the added routes that have been
And that
added in.
parking- excuse me.
And the whole point is, right, to adhere to the mitigation agreement and throw the business over into their lot.
Right.
But that
So-
lot was always, on weekends, for MBTA users, free. It was the only free lot on the entire line, on weekends,
Their lot or our lot?
our lot.
Okay. Because our lot's always been our lot. It's just been used as a commuter rail
Right.
Right.
kind of alleviate.
I mean, I don't mind if it is.
Yeah, the T is cut the weekend rate, parking rates anyway. I mean, it's pretty reasonable now. It's $2, I think.
I would seem to think we want it to be 2-hour parking all the time.
All the time. I would rather keep it simple, because I think we're driving people nuts down in the harbor.
Yes.
With all the A, B, C, D, park here during this. It's crazy, so.
We're coming back on that, too.
What?
We're going to come back on that, too.
Good.
Okay, so just keep it 2-hour parking
I think
7
so.
days a week. Right. So, do I have a motion?
Move to approve a 2-hour parking signage North Situate Municipal Parking Lot.
Second by
Second.
Ms. Conlon. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous. Thank you, Brad.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brad.
He wants to get out of here.
Can you blame them?
Okay, now we have a couple of discussion and votes on some DPW contracts. Kevin,
Good evening.
how are you?
Good evening.
Great.
Good job brining the roads. I saw the stripes before the storm.
They were out Sunday, the guys came in, and it's great, they're doing a great job with it, and it really worked out well. I noticed coming in today there's a big difference between Scituate roads and some of the other roads. It was pretty good, so happy about that. Okay, so tonight before you, I have 3 contracts. The first one is for the water main replacement, the Phase 4A. You've heard me talk a lot about, we have a lot of streets that have 2-inch galvanized lines, Foam Road and a couple of the other streets. This is going to be the replacement of those lines with a 6 or an 8-inch pipe so that we can put a hydrant on and then we can flush them and replace the lines. We're also going to do some work with this phase on Utility Road. We've had a bunch of problems there recently where the pipe's broken probably 3 times in the past year. It's an old transite pipe and it's reached its level. So we're gonna clean those areas up and do some pipe replacement. We had gone out with the RFP process, and we did that. We came up with the best bid. Our price that we received was from Weston and Sampson. We went to a bunch of different engineering firms. They all had, pretty good credentials and had good proposals. And that's what we came up with.
Questions?
Yeah, do we have any backup, or how much were they low bidder?
Yeah, we didn't have any of the, typically we have the quotes and stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't make this package up, Sean made it, but I know they were the lowest priced engineering firm. They rated, we had 4 engineering firms. We had Ty and Bond, we had Environmental Partners, we had Weston and Sampson, and we had Woodward and Curran. The low 2 were Ty and Bond and Weston and Sampson. Ty and Bond was about $96,000. Weston and Sampson was $76,000. It was the best proposal that we had. They each rated around a 19 out of the 5 people that evaluated them. The averages for all 4 of those engineering firms were between 19 and 17, so they're all very close. And we went with the price. We went with the lowest price for that because we've had Weston and Sampson design multiple projects.
So it's to Weston and Sampson, and what did you say, what was the amount?
Not to exceed $76,965.
$76,965. $965.
Kevin, just remind me what the new pipes are fabricated of?
Ductile line, class 52 pipe. Cement lined, cementitious lined, and encoded, and we also back them up.
And this is also doing the 2-inch galvy stuff you've been talking about?
Yep. So I apologize about that. We are actually trying to fast track so we can start this as early as possible. So we evaluated the proposals Monday, yesterday, and turned all this around, so Lorraine was ready to kill us.
Yep.
But we wanted to get on this agenda because 2 weeks makes a huge difference, especially with getting the survey work, and of course it snowed today, so it's going to put it behind, but we wanted to bid this as soon as possible because the sooner we bid it, the better prices we have.
This is the $3 million project we were talking about, isn't it? 3.9.
And we have money left over from some of the remaining money from the 23 million to cover the engineering costs.
Okay. And this is good news. I was under the impression that phase was going to be just for like those streets that just have dead ends, they're not looped. But now you're talking about some mainline replacements as well, utility, Cedarwood, Fairview.
We're going to try to maximize the amount we can do in this contract. We've also included 25 different, I think we included 25 different hydrants so that we could add a hydrant to some of those dead-end roads so that we'd be able to do some better flushing. And as we're doing the flushing program, the water department has been making note of what areas need some improvements, either with gate valves that are broken or hydrants. So we're looking at it with rose-colored glasses. We're going for everything. We may have to scale back a little bit if we don't have enough money for it, but we're trying to get as much done with this money as possible.
Kevin, is this in concrete? Is this definitely all the roads? There was one in particular I think we visited that I don't see on this list that did fall into that category. Well, it fell into the category that it doesn't have a hydrant at the end of the road.
So you were thinking of
Tilden Road?
Tilden Road.
Right.
So that might be one where we add a hydrant to.
Oh, so they're not listed in front of us?
No, was that Rainbow Court?
Willow Circle.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, that's something we could look at.
But it doesn't mean that it's, all right.
Did they have a hydrant up further? They didn't have one at the end?
When we went, there was no hydrant at the end of the road.
Okay.
There were none, right.
It's something we can look at.
So this is the $3 million project that we just passed?
Correct. So it's getting the engineering for it, the money would be available,
Yep.
July 1st, and at least we could get started, get a bid.
Get it
July
done.
1st, let's raise it.
No, it was in a special town meeting, so it's whenever it will be borrowed.
Okay.
If you award it, but you still have some of the money left in the 22 million for now.
So if
So
we
we
start
do-
sooner than July 1st?
Yes, that was our plan. We were hoping to get it as soon as possible. We're figuring probably in June to get started.
Any further questions? Any from the audience? Hearing none, can I have a motion?
Move that the Board of Selectmen award the contract for engineering design services for the Phase 4A water main design to Weston and Sampson for an amount not to exceed $76,965.
Second?
Second by Ms. Curran. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? It is unanimous. The next contract is,
Thank you. If I can just talk about water for 1 second. One thing Jim missed in his update is that we were going to have a stakeholders meeting at the library on 12/18 at 6 PM. And that's going to be to give an update where we are with the water study. Where the water study is, what the results are, questions, answers with people, if people have chronic water, brown water, to bring it up with the engineers, and we'll do an evaluation on that, and then they can finalize the study, and hopefully we get it in January is the plan.
What time?
What time?
6 PM on a Wednesday.
Library?
Yes, in the law building.
18th.
12/18.
So Lorraine will get that posted on.
Yeah, just leave it.
Ooh, we have a draft of that before that meeting? Of the survey. A draft of the survey.
The water report. She wants to stop and draft it before the meeting.
Yeah, yep, I will talk to, I've got an agenda from Ty and Bond, but I will request slides, if they're doing slides, how they're doing it.
Great. But we're not going to have the report back yet, right? Is this a second meeting? Isn't the report back January?
The final report will be, they'll go over some of the results that they've come up with and some of the different items that they've found so far in the study.
Okay,
As
so
well
we
as
won't-
there's some feedback with residents, if residents have questions about certain areas, so that they can take it into consideration with their
Oh,
study.
but we already have some draft data that we can look at?
Yes.
Okay.
Hopefully.
That's what you're talking about.
That's what I'll
Yeah.
check with them. They've got 80%, they've given me a schedule of everything they were doing.
Okay.
They're pretty far along with it, so maybe I can have some data put together for you guys.
Okay. Great.
Okay, next contract.
Next contract, I believe, was the Cedar Point Sewer Gravity Design Contract. We went out to, 6 firms and looked at prices, and we did our evaluation. We only had 2 reply. Some of the others just said they were too busy. They weren't able to take it on at this time. The 2 design contractors that come back were Woodward and Curran and Environmental Partners. Environmental Partners' proposal was for $349,705 for the design work. Woodward and Curran's was $1,131,378.
For the same thing?
Same thing. So Woodward and Curran rated higher. They had a better proposal, but we
Not much.
we thought Environmental Partners would be a better.
Did you make sure it was
fit.
covered
We met
by
with them.
RFP?
I met with some of the top people in Environmental Partners. They admitted they were very aggressive on it because they want to introduce themselves to the town of Scituate. And, it's first time really working with them, so we'll see how things go.
Had we, just remind, we hadn't put the design out for the other system, had we yet?
It was fully designed.
Fully designed and
And who
bid.
did that?
Weston and Sampson.
Interesting. And they didn't come back with any
No,
type
I
of
didn't go to
proposal?
Weston and Sampson with all the, everybody saying, oh,
Being
these guys
concerned
did
about the
this.
other
I
one,
just
yeah.
did 5 new contractors, 5 new engineers, start fresh, and that way it can't be like if Weston and Sampson got it, of course, we would have given it to them. I want to start fresh on everything.
Okay.
I thought that was a lot cleaner.
And where else has Environmental Partners worked on?
They've got a lot of work in
References?
Quincy. They've done work in Norwell. They've done work all around Plymouth. They've done a lot of work in Plymouth with sewer. When they had that whole fiasco in Plymouth where they had to replace all those emergency sewer lines, I believe Environmental Partners was the firm that did that work
They
with
went
them.
with, okay.
So, their credentials are there. They can do the project. As I said, I haven't worked with them yet, so.
Did you call Plymouth and Norwell for references?
I'll talk to Plymouth, and I know from Norwell and stuff, yes.
They did work when I was in Norwell, they did road work, they were very good on that.
Okay.
They didn't do any sewer or water work.
Just such a huge difference.
A point of clarification, so they didn't cause the fiasco in Plymouth?
No, they did not.
I just want to,
No, I
these things
thought
have a
that
way
for
of,
Plymouth had a lot of lines,
They
a lot
decided.
of lines that were failing, and it was failing due to sulfuric gas that was building up in the pipes. They had some large oversized pipes because they were pumping it from one side of town to the other. And they had, if you remember, it was in the paper, they had pools of it building up on the side of Route 3 because where it was leaking and everything else. They had to replace a large scale, a lot of their pipe. Environmental Partners was the company that worked with them at that time.
to fix it.
To fix it.
Thank you.
They didn't cause the pipe.
Just making sure.
So we want to start fresh.
Explain the difference in the number.
No.
We wanted to start fresh. I contacted all the firms, told them what was going on, and we met with them. You know, and that's where it came from, the prices, so. They were out there. We met with them, went over it with them. And they thought they could do it for $349, so I said, okay, I'll present you to the selectmen.
Karen?
Kevin, in construction contracts, it's usually a pretty reliable percentage of the project cost that the design is. Does that bear true for this kind of work?
It varies. You could see we just awarded the Weston and Sampson contract for $79,000, and it's going to be a $3 million job. So it's not like I could say it's 3 to 10% or percentage-wise. They vary a lot. I got a call back from GZA, and they just said they weren't interested. Somebody at CDM Smith called me and said, we're too busy. I can't take on that work. We can't even take on that work. We don't have the personnel to do it now. So it could be just, they could be hungry for work. They could want to get us on as clients, or Woodward and Curran could have too much work.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm just concerned where the final cost is going to go.
We weren't very excited about it when we opened up the prices either. We looked at the two and we were scratching our heads a bit.
Okay.
I didn't call Woodward and Curran and ask if they could drop $700,000. So.
I'd be excited about it. I think.
I'm not complaining. I'm just, it was a big
it's just
differential.
What?
It's a big differential.
Oh, it's huge.
That's why.
But they've got a contract, but they have to live up to. It's pretty clear cut. Sean?
Are there performance bonds at this level? I know there is for construction, but engineering?
We don't have a performance bond with this. Obviously, they have to have insurance and everything else for the project, so it's not like they could fall flat.
All right. And you said Norwell and, Plymouth, but any other?
Quincy.
All right, have they done anything similar to what we're asking them to design?
Yes, they had done some deep
In Quincy?
sewer work. They did a lot of work in Quincy on that, I think it's called Town Brook water expansion system that they were doing over there for stormwater. That was deep work.
All right.
We looked at it actually a couple of weeks ago when we evaluated it, and we've been hesitant on this because we want to do a little more research into it with that big cost differential.
Yeah, right. All right.
I'm kind of looking at it the other way. If they had charged us $1 million to do a quarter-mile loop of sewer systems, I would have thought that would have been outrageous. But we'll see something else outrageous before the meeting's over. But so I'm thinking the other way. I think the other firm was overcharging because they're busy and they'll do it, but they'll do it for this rate. So you'll obviously have to watch it and manage it, and but I think it's great. Great news for the town. All right. Any other questions? Any from the audience? All right, can I have a motion?
Will the Board of Selectmen award the contract to Environmental Partners for the design of a gravity sewer system at Cedar Point for the amount of $349,705?
Second.
Enthusiastically.
Second by Ms. Curran. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. I've never seen such a glum board. Good quote.
Spending $360,000. Yeah, I know, it's tough.
Spent $1 million too.
What did you get to pay for? It's an important area.
So the third contract is another engineering and design contract, design and permitting, and this is for our seawall. This is on Oceanside and Turner. The second page shows it. We are looking for a full design in that area and for replacement of the wall, and would break it up into 2 projects. This is so that we would have 2 shovel-ready projects available for grants or any other opportunities that came up, and would be able to put these out and hopefully get some funding for.
It's nice to see it back on the calendar, the seawalls. We've taken a little bit of a reprieve.
After all we did, we needed a
doing other
reprieve.
things. I
We
know,
needed a
no,
little
but
reprieve.
it's.
Well, we've been focusing on water, you know.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's just nice to see it back. Keep moving.
Questions for Kevin?
Nope.
None.
Is it just the green area, or is it the green and the red, Kev?
So that's the design of the green and red area. So we
Okay.
broke it out into 2 projects. If you look, I guess on the northerly section, that's where we ended off with the new seawall.
Yep.
And that would run new seawall up to where it ends. We also have that project that we've been working with the Army Corps to go up to the, kind of the middle point of Cedar Point, right where Topman lives, and then come back to this other location. So this would kind of hopefully get us in design for a large portion of wall there. And it'd be raising it up by 2 feet and doing improvements to the base.
So it looks like there's one house that didn't give us an easement? Is that?
Nope, that's just a type. We haven't got all easements for these.
I was gonna say, do
We're
we-
designing them so we could get them. And as we design it, we'll stop pursuing the easements. This
So
is one
it's-
of the areas John Murphy had said he had gone out and spoken to a lot of the people already, and they're interested in giving easements. So we're not gonna take easements till I kind of have something in the bank from people. I can't say,
Right.
give me an easement. I might have a project in 5 years here.
Right.
But,
So there's not a gap between the green line
there's
and the
not a
red
gap,
line?
it'd be a wall continued. It's just, it's probably the drawing or a copying error.
Okay. And then there's a little opening in the middle of the red line?
Yep, there's 2 openings. Those are existing beach openings now that we have. And then what we typically do is put in tide gates there to block the storm surges.
Where's the other one? Oh, down.
On the very south side,
Yeah.
in the green wall there.
I didn't see that one.
When are you looking to apply for grants, in the spring?
Yeah, whenever they become available. If we, obviously we go for the DMC wall grants, but if
Right.
we see anything else that might be applicable, any of this historic, we could use CPC money or,
Don't think so.
trying. Whatever we can find, we'll try to, we'll apply for.
Yeah, the only reason why I ask is, I think sometimes if we can be proactive and maybe engage the Coastal Coalition or the Coastal Advisory Board to start socializing the process with those residents, so the easement process, while it was, I think, easier, before, I don't want to get us into a situation again where we're 75% down the way through a process and we get 50% of these people balking.
Well, I don't know if Brad's still here. I'll take full advantage of Kyle and use him
Yeah,
for
I think
everything
you
I
should.
can. And,
Just do it.
Unfortunately, a lot of the Coastal Advisory Commission meetings have been tough because we have been dealing with a lot of these water issues, and they've been put on the back burner, per se, on our part, because we haven't had the manpower to go to them. But we'll keep up with it and see what we can do to push it
Yeah,
out.
I think you definitely should do it concurrently.
Sean?
Oh, wait.
The same question was timeframe. That was it. Thank you.
So this is for 1,400 feet of seawall, and it's $225,000 for the engineering. Is that in line with the other ones? Like on a per-foot basis, that's a lot.
We put it out to a lot of different companies, and we didn't get anything back, We've been using CLE for the other walls. We've had extremely good luck with them. We've also used them for a couple of the grants we've applied for, and they've done a good job. One of the things included in this is doing the grant application for DMC wall and any other grants, so we'll be able to use that and use their, the power of that firm to go after a grant.
Kevin, one other question. On the seawalls we have done previously, do any of the construction companies have their own engineering firms in-house that they could But apparently, if they did, they would have bid it, so obviously they didn't.
Yeah, you know, if you did something like that, Sean, it might be like a design
Collusion?
bid project.
Oh, all right, okay.
And, you know, we were lucky on a couple of those projects. We had SPS, which is a huge company. And they had a lot of resources. For example, we had a storm coming up, and they brought 3 6-inch pumps in case there was flooding, so that they could help out with the flooding. Where a lot of times you get these contractors, and you're like, do you have a 6-inch pump? No, I've got a 2-inch. You know, they don't have those resources to go back to a yard and have an excavator get washed out and bring a new one in the next day. You know, they just don't have that ability.
Right.
So, but they're a $100 million company. They were good.
Oh, I know of them, and we have, on the other side, we've had not such good luck with some, right? We're more fortunate than other towns, but.
Yep, and we had problems with the other one, which unfortunately, we were able to push them along a lot further than Hull did, because Hull got stuck with half-built seawalls and then rebar there. At least we got them completed.
Right.
And we were withholding money from them.
Any other questions?
No.
Can I have a motion?
Move that the Board of Selectmen award the contract for engineering design services for the preparation of seawall repair documents and specifications for Oceanside Drive and Turner Road to Foth Engineering of Marion, Mass. for $224,950.
Second?
Second by Mr. Harris. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, all opposed? It's unanimous.
Thank you
Thanks,
very much.
Kevin.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin.
Okay, the next item is the senior center contract.
Do we have backup on?
So we have Steve Kirby. How are you? Good evening. Hi.
Steve?
And Nancy, you've got the documents.
Yeah, the executive action requested, it's in your packet.
Yeah.
That. I do not see it.
It's a one-page. Okay, so this wasn't in our electrical packet. We just have it now. Give us one quick. Wow.
It's the executive action and the bids.
Yep.
Oh, the one that's right in front of me?
Be close.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
So as you're seeing, you get the bid results in front of you. We had the GC bids opened on the 11th of November. Out of the 9 GCs that we pre-qualified, we got 6 bids, so that was pretty good. They ranged between 10.2 and 12.2 million. The low 3 are sort of in a cluster, which is a good sign that the low bid is not sort of an errant type of bid.
Yeah.
The low bid being submitted by Delphi Construction at $10,209,350. That is within our budget currently. We went ahead and, even though the contractors were pre-qualified, we went through that process, we did get in touch with DCAM and pulled their current file for both Delphi and the second lowest bidder, which was GVW Inc. Delphi's file is the one that we obviously were most interested in. I actually know and have worked with GVW before. I have not had personal experience with Delphi. There were 7 evaluations in their file. 6 of the evaluations were for private work. One was for public. Their evaluations ranged from 2014 up to 2018. And the values were anywhere between $300,000 and $9 million. And a variety of different work. Some was condominiums, some renovations, a couple church work project, a historic schoolroom, some affordable housing, fire damage repair. But fortunately, out of those 7, there were 2 of the evaluators that I work with now that are architects. So I spoke with them directly. Jeff Shaw from what was then Dunham Sweeney is now Context, and Wendell Calso from MKA. I spoke with them. Jeff Shaw, that was a church renovation project. It was in Boston. It had some difficulties because of latent conditions, in particular in the balcony. He said they handled it very well. They had a superintendent there that was a really hands-on guy. They were able to work through the problems. There were changes because of the existing conditions that were unknown, but they were able to work through them, and he actually gave them a 94, and their average score out of those 7 evaluations was a 95 out of 100. Less than 80 is a failing score in the DCAM evaluations. The other project that I spoke with Wendell Calso, that was actually a public project for the town of Sandwich. He said they did very well. Actually, Delphi has 2 offices, one in Waltham, which is really, I think, their main office, and I guess a smaller satellite office down the Cape. They man that particular project from the Cape. He said the only problem that he did have with them initially was some change order proposals that they were being submitted for somewhat small items. He did have a sit-down with the project manager and sort of went through the project, and said after that, everything cleared up, and they had really no problem with them. So, you know, they've certainly done more than 7 projects, but there was only 7 evaluations in their file, which just means people aren't sending in the DCAM evaluations. Again, when we looked at their pre-qualification proposals, they had all the list of the projects that they were on, so we knew that they were able, had the ability to handle this project. So one small issue that occurred during the bid is we had pre-qualified 8 roofing contractors. We only got 2 bids, and the day before the general bid was opened, the low bidder on the roofing withdrew his bid. The second lowest bidder was a very high number, which we felt was inaccurate. What we ended up doing, and we had discussions amongst the team, and we also went to the AGO's office, the bid unit office, just to verify what the direction we wanted to go, but we rejected the roofing bids. We directed the general contractors to carry an allowance for roofing, and we're re-advertising the roofing bids that will be reopened on December 12th, which means we may get more bids, because we went back, because it was pre-qualified, we went back to the same 8 roofing contractors that we had pre-qualified before, and we'll get new bids on that. But in order to do that new bidding, we did revise the scope, and some of the feedback that we got from the companies that did bid is we had added a coating over the entire roof of the gym, which we originally had not talked about too much. We have in the base bid to repair the roof, and then, as we had discussed quite a while ago, we were going to have the alternate to replace the entire gym roof. That's still in there, but the architect thought putting a coating on the entire roof would be a little bit a better end product and increase longevity of the existing roof. That seemed to be an issue money-wise with the contractor. So we've removed that from the scope, and we still have all the areas that had been infrareded and identified as being failed areas of that roof, all that's still being replaced. So procedurally, we'll open those bids on the 12th, see how they come in compared to the allowance that we've had the GC carry. If it's lower, then the first change order that he gets is a credit. If it's higher, it'll be an add for that, and he's entitled to put overhead and profit on whatever that number is. And we'll also evaluate what the number is for the alternate, whether we want to accept that alternate or not. So last night we met with PBC, and I presented a recommendation for the PBC to present to you to recommend approving Delphi Construction at the amount that they have submitted as their low bid. just wanted to alert you that that is going to change when we get the roofing bids, but we'll enact that change by a change order.
I might have missed it, Steve. So the roof that was withdrawn and what you're talking about is just to repair the gym roof, or is it also for the new roof
No,
on this?
it was all the roofing, which included the senior center.
All right, new as well as,
The only aspect of the scope of work that we changed was to delete that coating.
which I've never heard of.
Originally, there was some pretty significant due diligence in the existing gym roof to see what the status of it was, the integrity, and it did come up with some areas of concern and that needed repair. But while we were there, because we were some back and forth whether to do the whole roof, repair the roof, or repair it and put this coating on it to make it last, another 20, 30 years. So the theory is now just to replace the parts that need.
So we're not replacing the entire roof?
No.
That's a change order.
The roof is in pretty good shape. I mean, they did some.
Yeah, there was some previous repairs done. The architect had one of their sub-consultants go up on the roof, do an inspection, and actually take an infrared scan that will show the areas of wet insulation. And we have that on the documents, and all of those are circled to be completely removed to the deck and repaired, with new membrane. So that has not changed. And that's what we had originally talked about with the design and having a full replacement of the high gym roof as an alternate.
Is it a flat roof with scuppers and internal drains?
No, the gym pitches.
All right.
Yeah, the area over Maura's office, that A-wing, that is a quote-unquote flat roof, but it's tapered to roof drains. But the gym itself pitches to the north and
Okay.
south.
And it's
With gutters.
rubber with insulation?
Yes.
Okay.
But this number includes the contingency, the
No.
10,209, does that include?
It includes the allowance that we told them
Allowance, I mean.
to carry, yes. Yep.
So
So
whatever
say
the
that
change,
again?
whatever the changes should be fairly nominal, whether it's higher, above, or
Right,
below.
and we base the allowance on essentially what the bids came in at.
Karen?
So the allowance is for repair, not for replacement,
Correct, on the
but
gym,
they're still going to do an estimate for replacement
of the high
of
gym
the whole
roof.
thing.
Yeah.
And what's the percentage contingency in the whole project?
The whole project, I believe because we had changed it,
5 or 8.
we went down to 5%. 5% contingency.
Because of the new construction. And then, last question is, sequencing on the construction, is it simultaneous?
It has to be, because we have a 12-month duration on the project, so.
Okay, so we
we're
won't,
working on both.
okay, thanks.
Any other questions?
Yeah, is there any sort of a warranty given if we go with the repair versus replace? If it fails, is there any?
The repair will have a 1-year warranty.
Yeah.
1 year?
Yeah. If we accept the alternate and do that high gym roof, it would be a 20-year manufacturer's warranty, 1-year installer, 20-year manufacturer. But in this case, when we're doing the patching, and this only pertains to the recreation center, it's a 1-year installer warranty. On the senior center, that has a combination of membrane and shingles that have different installer warranties, and then we have extended manufacturer warranties, because it's a new product.
What was your experience when you worked with GVW?
I had success with them. Joel Bargman has them now on Falmouth Senior Center. And I want to step back for a second, because you reminded me. Joe Bargman also, he has not had experience with Delphi, but he worked with, I believe it was an OPM or an owner that had them on another project, and he got a good reference, sort of a third-party type of reference on Delphi's performance on that project. I'm not sure where it was, but.
So should we be concerned that they haven't, the 7 projects or 7 reviews that you got really weren't to the scope of this, the majority of them?
Well, again, those were the evaluations that
Yeah.
were in the file. They have a myriad of other jobs, so.
Yeah, so we shouldn't, that's not a concern of
I'm
yours.
not concerned, no.
Okay.
No,
And,
I think it's noteworthy too, they did show up, they did a lot of due diligence, I mean, they've been involved with the project, they did the walkthrough.
They came to the walkthrough, they sent in quite a number of pre-bid RFIs, so I knew they were gonna be competitive.
Yeah.
So I take that as, they wanted a job, they needed a job, which is good. That's when they sharpen their pencil.
more?
I'm just trying to follow, so, you put the roof back out to bid, correct?
Just the
You're
roofing
opening them
files
up, just the roofing side, to all of these same contractors? So
No.
is it possible that they come back in and combine now the two projects and you got a new number? That's,
No, we have our low bidder. He's just gonna plug in. If they were all gonna plug in the same number, their order would still be the same.
Right.
Delphi would be the low bidder.
I think
they can't go back and reevaluate?
No.
No, but the rebid to the roofers too was just a point of clarity too, of scope, I guess, what exactly. Because there was a point of clarity for the vendor that dropped out.
Correct, and in order for us to reject the bids, we would have to revise the scope, and that's what we did. We revised the scope.
Clarify the scope.
Of the roof bid?
Of the roofing scope.
But their allowance is in this number. So let's say it's $1 million.
It's already
It's in
reflected
here.
in the
They're gonna
10-2?
go out to all the roofers and say, give me your bids. If it's $1.1 million, then this is gonna go up $100,000. If it's 900,000, it's gonna go.
All right, so that's what I'm missing.
Yeah.
So the roof component for all the bidders is in these numbers, it's just not accurate because you're just changing the scope?
Correct.
Got it, okay.
Correct.
Thanks.
They all carried the exact same number.
Okay.
Because we told them
For
to.
allowance, yeah.
Okay,
And that's procedurally, that's what
Pretty
what you do.
standard, yeah.
Yep.
okay.
Question?
Yeah.
How comfortable are you with the repair option for the gym roof?
Well, I know repair work had been done during the time when we were doing
Yes.
design, because there was active leaks when we first started. Those have been repaired. We are repairing it further. So, and part of the evaluation from the consultant was, this roof still has life, and it's not completely gone. So, that's why they're recommending to do those particular repairs. We do have a report.
Yeah, I mean, sorry?
We have the report on the roof, I mean,
Right, I know it was looked at in crazy amount. My concern, not concern, but what I want to be sure about is if they're doing sequential construction and the contingency is slim to begin with, then we're deciding tonight that we're only going to repair.
Well, how much
Because-
is this below our, this is below our,
It is currently, but I could give you a number, but it's going to change a little bit once we get the roofing bids come in.
so we asked for 12,
Right, but we still have we don't have the professional fees in that number. We're at construction cost base. We're at the 12 million. Yeah, there's not 2 million of in there, because there's the
I know,
professional
that's
fee.
what I was asking, how
Yeah.
much excess is there?
Not a lot.
5%.
Well,
No, I know the
we have a
contingency.
5%
I get that.
contingency.
So how would we get an alternate in there, I think is kind of what,
We're-
there's no, the
there-
bids
it's not
didn't
gonna be
come in
feasible.
$1 million or less,
Right,
that's allowing us to do
To
an
be honest,
alternate.
I don't think we're going to be able to have the funds to fund the alternate.
That's my point.
But again, I
So
don't know
we're-
what it's going to be.
And that's why I asked if they're comfortable, that there's enough life in it, that it's not a penny wise, pound foolish decision to not just go and replace the
Yeah, no,
whole roof.
If that roof was on its last legs, then that would have
It wouldn't be
been
an
brought up
option.
in the report, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
So what I'm worried about, did we pass this at town meeting as replacing the roof on the gym?
I
It's
don't
passed
think
as,
so.
the design is as a repair with an alternate to replace the high gym roof.
That's how we.
And we're still doing that?
Correct, yes.
Right.
So it's the
We
low...
didn't change anything.
Okay.
But timing wise, alternate
It's just
not gonna.
roofs are terrible things.
They're a poor subject,
Right.
sore subject,
Yes.
and a poor subject.
So did anyone do the simple math that says with the
10 plus.
professional stuff and the lowest bid, how much below the money that we got from the town it is?
Right at it.
We are, I mean, this low bid is below the budget I have for construction right now. It's not below by a lot, but it's, you know, it's not $100,000, but it's a certain amount of money. But again, that may change slightly once we get the roofing bids. At that point, I can say, this is how much we are under budget.
Right, but I'm making the assumption that.
But I don't have to right now dig into the contingency to fund the base contract, which we don't want to do.
Right. So there's a little bit of excess funds.
There is.
Yeah.
And any of that excess money, I'll dump back into the contingency number.
Okay.
One more question?
Yeah.
Sorry. So, given that all this moves forward, bidders come in, everything's moving along, what are you looking at for groundbreaking? Or demo, I guess, is first, right?
First step.
Where are we with all that?
Well, the next steps would be, we approve this, Delphi as the low bid general contractor. First thing we do is we get the contract that's in the documents, populate that with their information, get that sent out to them, and schedule a pre-construction meeting.
Well, okay.
And we'll probably have two pre-construction meetings. We'll have an initial one just to get them here and talking, and then we have to have another one where we get planning board members in, because there's certain requirements they have as far as submittals. We have to get them going on that first. But we'll talk about at that time, essentially the first steps for them is to abate the ceiling.
Yep.
And then they'll be starting with submittals and, you know, all the front-end type stuff.
So I guess her question is, loosely, what's the time frame of the project? Starting construction in March and finishing March of?
We're starting, I can get them in here, starting in December. That's, it's a 12-month duration from when we give them a notice to proceed or a contract, and, potentially looking to do that this week.
Okay. So it'll be done by December of next year. Okay.
Just one other
everything goes well.
General question for Steve, and having lived through, the other three projects, every single meeting, change order after change order after change order. So what are your thoughts? And I don't think we turned down any. And it was just very aggravating at times, it almost seemed like some of these companies went in low and they were gonna make their money on change orders. And this is a little tricky. This is a lot like the library. We're gonna be tapping into an old building, and there'll be hazardous.
My concern is the recreation building, because there's things that we don't know when we try and tie into that front of that building with the elevator shaft. I'm less concerned with the senior center, because that's brand new ground up. I mean, are there going to be some things here and there that are necessary, that may have been missed on the drawings, that we need for code purposes or something? We hope that we've vetted all those out, but sometimes they're not. But my bigger concern is that recreation building and any site work that I hope we don't find anything underground that we don't know about.
Fingers crossed.
All right. Yep,
Those are my areas of concern.
All right, okay, thanks, Steve.
Any questions from the audience? Yes, sir.
More comment than question.
Just your name and address.
I'm sitting here somewhat speechless. There are some of us in this room who waited a long time for this night, 15 years or more. And Steve Kirby, Vertex, Joel Bardman, Public Building Commission, Linda and her group deserve a lot of thanks for what they've done to get us to this point. And we are looking forward to the next 12 months of groundbreaking. And George Limerick and I came tonight as members of FOSS and the Build a Campus Committee, we want to offer you all, everyone in the room, incredible thank yous. And as well as an incredible thank you, we have a little something for each of you.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Slightly off tonight, so.
Sorry, I'll pass mine along.
Sean, too. The town administrator. Okay. Sean, thank you for your sponsorship. So,
I advertised.
Thank you, Doctor. Oops.
Oh. And Nancy, and then the entire process.
Yeah, just something that came
This is just the start of our capital campaign.
Did you edit out Sean's page?
As you know, we will have a capital campaign. We started it. We're actually doing pretty well with it. So we hope to return to you periodically with a check.
Right.
To help to pay down the note. And hopefully I think the community will respond accordingly. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, in all seriousness, it's great that the whole project came in under our budget, and we're going to actually proceed with it, and in a pretty reasonable time frame of getting it done too. So thank you all for all your work. And Gordon, you as well, and all the other people, other people that helped the project, get to where it is now finally. So it's worthwhile, and it's about time. So with that, can I have a motion?
Move to award a contract to Delphi Construction, Inc. for $10,209,350 for the construction of the new senior center and renovation of the Veterans Memorial Gym.
Second.
Second by Mr. Harris. Will be the first member. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? It's unanimous. Great, congratulations, and thank you for all your work.
Yay. Steve, will you make sure that we know when the pre-construction meetings are?
Absolutely.
Just to be aware of them?
All right,
Thank you.
thank you, guys.
Thank you, have a great night.
The next, I think we go to the budget, right?
Looks like
Okay, so now we have about, looks like 9 or 10 budgets we're going to go over. We're going to start with the assessors.
Down here.
Don't dial.
Just give us a second to get our books. Sean says it's 141.
Don't believe everything I say, Tony.
Mine out of the book. I have to lug it back and forth to work.
Aren't you smart?
Well, I'm weak.
Okay. All right, Joe, it's all you.
Okay, everyone, taking the time to go over my budget, my department's budget. I had a very busy year over the past year since before last year. We started, I would say, the biggest project you'll see out of our department over the next 5 years, which is our Measure and List project, which a Measure and List is actually physically measuring each building, as well as an attempt at an interior inspection and a follow-up. The state requires that you do that once every 10 years, and during the reevaluation a year ago, it was brought to our attention that only 25% of the town has been inspected within the past 5 years, and we had to do the rest of the 75% of the town by the end of fiscal 2023. So that was about 5,800 properties. Last year, we measured and listed about 700 properties. But we were also going through a little bit of a transition. We were training a new head clerk. I got sick again 2 years in a row. Nothing too serious. We implemented
Munis. So there was a lot of training involved, a lot of hours out of the field, in the office. So I was only able to get done about 700 properties measured and listed out of the 1,100 inspections that were done by myself. So when push came to shove, and the clock doesn't stop, we still need to pick up the new houses and the decks and things like that, pools. So it makes more sense when you're at the property to spend the extra 15 minutes and do a complete measure and list. And that's the goal for this fiscal 2021. I have every reason to expect that we went from 18 to 19, doubling our inspections up to 700, and I expect us to hit well over 1,000 inspections in-house. Head clerk's been trained in data entry, as well as going out with me and helping to measure the larger homes and things like that, and kind of seeing things through the same set of eyes, to add to consistency and so forth. Really, the only item that sticks out in this proposed budget is the doubling of the requested technical services for inspections. Basically doubling the number of inspections that would be subbed out to a third party, which is also an extension of the existing contract that we already have with our common service provider. So instead of $7,500, I'm requesting $15,000, which would provide for just under 700 inspections. 700 inspections a year, and over the next 3 years, we need to complete over 1,700 inspections a year. So 1,000 for me and my staff. If things don't change as far as responsibilities, would be the head clerk assisting me only, and the other 700 or so conducted by qualified. And that's about the only change. Everything else is more or less the same. Salaries went up based on step increases and projected COLAs.
Great. Yeah, your budget is pretty straightforward. As you said in your notes, it's almost 90% salary. And then other than that one increase that you just mentioned in the inspectors, which I think we talked about at special town meeting, wasn't that the one that the fees went up?
No, those are the building and wire inspectors.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So this is just the house inspections. Other than that, it's pretty straightforward. Your budget is $236,000. Last year was $223,000. And most of that increases in those two lines. Any questions?
No, just a question about technology. Will there ever be some sort of technology that, when you go online now, you can see your house from some satellite, that you'd be able to do measurements based on satellite images?
Absolutely. There is technology. It's very expensive right now. Most of my peers that I'm friendly with are still using the tape measure method. I know there's an app I could use on my iPhone. Until that technology is better than the old school and more reliable, I won't seek to improve, to utilize it.
It just seems
down
so
the road.
labor intensive and...
It is, but a lot of inspecting a home is not the measuring. It's actually pretty quick, except for some very large homes. You'll never be able to take the human element out of assessing. You have to judge the quality of construction, the condition, the view, the location, that sort of thing. So it would help you probably save 10 minutes out of the inspection. But at this point, I'm not comfortable bringing forward a capital request because of the state of technology for assessing at least.
Okay. Awesome. Okay, thanks for coming in. We're going to vote the whole budget. So just so everybody knows, Jim's got a balanced budget based on his requests here. Your request and his requests are the same. And then we vote them all at the end of the whole process.
Great, thank you.
Thanks,
John.
Jim.
Thank you.
Have a great night.
The next one is library. And that is, what number is that?
610, I think.
610.
Hello.
Hi, Jesse.
Hi, Jesse.
Yes. All right, the floor is yours. Tell us about the library.
Okay, so we continue to be very, very busy. You know, one of the things that I mentioned is that our library visits are, we have a people counter system, so basically it records who comes in and out every day, and consistently we were getting between 200 and 300 people, and you know, in maybe the first year or so of the new building, increase a little bit the following year. I'd say in the past 6 months, we almost never see a day where there's less than 400 people visiting the library. In the summer, it can be as much as 700. So it's a very well-utilized town resource. The meeting spaces are very well used. We've seen a big jump in the use of the meeting spaces and the study room spaces. I think partially it's just word getting around that those spaces are available to people. And, you know, we're really doing everything that we can, looking at all of our policies. We get so many different requests for the meeting rooms. We're really trying to make them as available to everyone as possible, but we're also trying to be as fair as possible. And there's a lot of town board and community demand in the rooms. But we're always looking at the policy to try to accommodate people so that they can have a space to meet in the community. You know, I did put some information in here. I know at this time the town is not going to be supportive of a new position for the library with the current fiscal year's budget, but I really did want to highlight that we really at this point could use at least one additional full-time staff member at the library. You know, with the increase in visits, you know, slight increase in circulation. I'm not going to overinflate our numbers. The increase in circulation is not massive. We're going to see a much bigger jump next year, but it's because of a system we've instituted where things automatically renew. So it will look like a big increase, but I just want to be honest here. It's you know, one of the things that I try to explain to people when they talk about what a modern library is that if you could have Googled it, you would have. So you're coming to the library because you have complex needs, or you have needs that aren't necessarily related to information seeking. They're more related to the community center aspect of the library and what the library has now become. Including a lot of early literacy, which is, you know, seems to be very important to our population. When we did the strategic planning process, you know, and not only then, but, you know, every day we're asked to do new things. We're asked to take on new community partnerships, new interns from the school, new interns from private schools, all of these things that are pulling on staff time, you know, the responsibilities that we have to the schools to provide them with resources because they only have one full-time professional librarian at the schools. All of that is just really pulling away time from everyone, and we're just not able to meet all of the demands at this moment. So we're having to say no more often than I would like, and I think that if we had an additional full-time person that we could utilize for youth services, it would really increase the amount of time that we could spend on outreach, the amount of time that we could do more with the schools, the amount of time that we could have more programs for residents, as well as just ease some of those schedule tensions for, you know, managing a building that's open 64 hours a week, 7 days a week. So I just did want to mention that. But I think the library is a very well-loved resource in the community. We're very appreciative of the support, not only of the residents, but of the town. You guys have all been very supportive of our budgetary needs for the building maintenance. There have been many, many new building expenses, some you'll see in this budget. And, you know, literally new things kind of come up every day that need some attention for the building.
And that unfortunately is sort of what it is, but I do appreciate how supportive the town has been of making sure that that new building is maintained.
Right. Is that maintenance, maybe Nancy, you know this, is that not through this budget? It's through Kevin's?
It's through Jesse's budget, and Jesse identified costs we could transfer to facilities, but we didn't do it in this fiscal year because we are adding to facilities for senior center, and we didn't want to confuse the issue.
So where is that number? Just the $14,000?
So there's several different lines that have the, so electricity and natural gas, there's also office machine maintenance, repair maintenance, and then the technical services line. So all three of those have different types of what are really maintenance needs. So for instance, something under the tech line may be to fund the yearly maintenance fee for the people counter, or the yearly maintenance fee for the patron copier, things of that nature.
What about the building?
The building is mostly under repair, maintenance. So the elevator fees, alarm fees, inspections, HVAC, maintenance.
And Jesse provided a very detailed breakout of the repair and maintenance line. It's one more page down from where you're at.
But any repair, broken window, painting, some structural thing, would that come from?
It would come from her repair and maintenance first. If she couldn't support it, then Kevin Kelly would get involved.
So there's not really any, these are all for annual maintenance contracts that are in this budget, as opposed to just the unknown event.
Correct.
There's a very small amount for miscellaneous expenses. I believe it's $2,000.
Right. I think overall, we've heard over the years, maintaining the buildings, I think that $2,000 a year is probably, maybe in the first infancy, there probably won't be a lot, but in the future, that's got to be a bigger line
It's
item.
going to go up all the time as the
Yeah.
building gets old, yeah.
So-
So,
Or it's got to go up in Kevin's, but, it may not be here, but it's got to be somewhere where we have funds that
as the
can.
building ages, you'll have to put more money in the repair and maintenance.
But hopefully these things will keep,
Right,
will
right.
keep that number down.
Right, so the HVAC will have to be replaced in 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, if this stuff is done annually, then you'll see things that are gonna be popping up.
Right. Karen, any?
Just, in the salary budget, what are we doing with Sunday openings? What's the schedule for that, I presume?
So we've gone back to the same, what we had before, which is, we're now open on Sundays, the beginning of October through the end of April. And that's contractual with the union, so if anybody wanted to make changes, it would need to be done
Through the contract? Okay. No, it's great. I was
So is
curious
that-
to see.
Is that, that's one of the ones that is coming up, right, Jim?
Yeah.
So we've talked about this in the past, Sean, where
Right.
I think it's got to encompass the school year, so the kids through June have a place to go study on the weekends. So maybe we want to consider some expansion.
Would you have them start in September and go to the end of May? Is that kind of, or even all the way to the end of June?
I don't know. But I think it just has to be in consideration for,
I think it makes
for
sense.
Sundays, because that's, anyone that has kids knows that Sunday night is when they study for the Monday test.
Pressure's on.
So, I don't know, Jim, maybe you can put that as a note, and,
Yeah, it's very expensive,
yeah,
very expensive.
well, maybe we look at changing the dates then, so the years.
Shifting it,
Yeah.
yeah.
You'll work it out.
What about cleaning, specialty cleaning? There's a lot of, I don't really see, I see $2,500, which doesn't seem to be a lot. Do we have to hire, like annually or semi-annually, someone to come up and do what I tend to call the lantern?
Yeah, I think the lantern's actually in pretty good shape. It probably doesn't get quite as much dust as what we get down below. Kevin being out a little bit this year, I have not had a chance to discuss some of the things that I'd like to add in as annual maintenance, but I wanted to discuss with him what he felt biannual, or not biannual, but every 2 years, every 3 years, to maybe have somebody come in and just completely do all of the windows from the outside, because those are in pretty bad shape already, and I don't know that our custodial staff would even have the equipment to get it.
So do we have to wait for Kevin to come back to do that? Isn't that something that we can take a look at? Okay. I mean, I think that's important with all the glass in that window to maintain that.
Any questions? So just a quick look at the numbers. Last year's budget was $1,072,000. This year's budget is at $1.105. The requests, your department requests equals what the town administrator has given you.
Close.
Oh, right, $2,000 off? No, yeah, $2,000 off. That's it. If we don't have any questions, your goals seem very realistic, and working on your website, training, and dealing with kind of the look of the library, so that's all great.
Great. I love your plan to put art in the library.
Oh, thanks.
It's a great venue for that.
We've actually been approached by a lot of people about donating art, so that's kind of what precipitated this. It's hard to decide how do you make those determinations.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jesse.
Okay,
Thank you.
Good job, thank you.
Hope you have good holidays.
Thanks.
You too. Next is town clerk.
Who's got a busy or ahead of?
161.
Yes.
Yep.
Hey, Kath. How are you? Very good.
Okay, so we're at the beginning of a very, very busy, it started already. 2020 is gearing up to be very busy with elections. So, I don't know if you want me to begin, so let's begin with the budget components, I guess. So, our office, this office runs mostly, operates mostly entirely on statutory obligations and requirements relative to conducting elections and town meetings, and that's part of our major expenditures as well. Election expenses are related to personnel, staff time, setup, breakdown, and so on, programming equipment, and printing of the town ballots. The expenditures are basically fixed for these events. So in fiscal 2021, we have 3 elections scheduled and 2 town meetings. The highest expected turnout will be November 3rd for the presidential election. I'm expecting or anticipating that we'll probably have 85% turnout. Our voter registration right now is comparable to what we had in 2016. And before I move on, the expense for early voting, early voting is great for the public, but it comes at a price. And our staffing for that, it's out in the hall. It's handy to the town clerk's office. We have access to the voter registration information system. If there's a glitch with somebody checking in, we can handle it right away. But it has to be staffed, and I'm hoping to use the poll pads. They are approved by the state for checking in on elections, and I'm hoping that we can kind of cut the staff a little bit by using poll pads. We'll see how the procedure goes. That's all new to us and foreign, but they will train us on how to use those. So our staffing for 2016 costs were $7,000 for the 2 weeks that they had for the federal election, the general election back in 2016. We did almost 4,600 voters came through town hall in the 2 weeks that we were open. We did get, if we were open for 4 hours on a Saturday, we did get an incentive, monetary incentive from the state, and we got some reimbursement. Because the polls open earlier than what we open here at Town Hall, we get reimbursements for those early poll hours, and that was just approved on November 22nd. So for each election, the auditor's office gave us, the town of Scituate, per election was $2,160 or so. So that's helpful. It's a drop in the bucket, but it's something. So that being said about elections, they have not come up with a date for the state primary. It's in the Senate right now to be approved for September 1st, and which is great because that's before school starts, so we don't have to worry about traffic as much. And I believe they're having an in-service day for the general election on November 3rd, so we'll have just the teachers will be in attendance and no school. And I think as well with the state primary on March 3rd. That's our first election in 2020. Early voting, I believe, is just about a done deal for the primary, but for the presidential primary on March 3rd, and that'll be 5 business days the week prior to that election. So that, you'll see the expenses for the elections, and we have some new items that are in the budget this year. The maintenance for the poll pads, I have in here as one of my goals, and it's also a budget addition to the budget, is the potential purchase of yes/no ballots for the use of a DS-200 machine at a town meeting. I'm not completely there yet, but I've heard the chatter about secret ballots at town meetings and why do I have to vote, with my card so my neighbor can see how I'm voting. I'm just hearing that in the background. It's been brought up over the years. Having a secret ballot, whether it's hand-counted by the tellers and everybody gets handed a yes/no ballot and you tear off your yes or your no and you put it in a box and everybody comes up orderly in sections, or whether you do that through a DS-200 tabulator, is time-consuming. It's going to take at least 30 to 40 minutes to vote an article and for us to count it while or the staff to count it while the meeting continues on. So I've talked to the vendor that we purchased the DS-200s from, and they have a way that you can program one machine generically for every election and just buy a bunch of yes/no ballots, and it's doable. It's just complicated. It's not as easy as it sounds. Plus, you have to secure the machine. You have to make sure somebody's with that machine the whole time at a town meeting, and you have to lug it over there and that whole thing. So I'm working on it. I'm not 100% sold. I mean, we have a manual way of doing a secret ballot. I don't think it's going to save any more time. I'm just not there yet. I don't know.
Whose decision is that to decide whether we implement that?
It could be yours, it's just something we can all agree to do. If we're going to decide to do the tabulators, we have to have it in place. Or we can just do I've never, ever done a secret ballot, even when I was not the town clerk, ever. A manual one, I have a ballot box now, a manual ballot box and I have old yes/no ballots that are just perforated, and I bring those every time we have a town meeting in case. But it's the vote of the town meeting whether to go to a secret ballot. And the moderator would organize it, and, with my assistants, and we would talk about how we're going to bring people up to vote their ballots, what section at a time.
So the town meeting would have to vote to...
They vote at that time whether to do a secret ballot for that particular article, but we would have...
Oh, really?
Yes, so we would have to have our ducks in a row if we want to use the tabulators. If not, we're fine. We have a ballot box that I have purchased, and I have manual ballots that we just tear, and we have the tellers count them, with my staff's, with the assistance of my staff. We organize it up front, in front of everybody, So it's something to think about. It's an expense, but it's what did I say? I got a price for $1,200 and change. So, but again, it's bringing the machines over, securing the machine, because you can't leave election machines unattended, so. All right, so I'm digressing here. So a new addition to the budget, okay, that was that. And then Heather Nugent, for the first time, I have an assistant town clerk, and she's wonderful, and I'm very fortunate for both my staff members. The assistant town clerk is not something that's taken lightly. In my absence, she would have to fill my shoes, and it's a responsibility. And I'm also mentoring her with the hopeful that when it comes retirement time, we have somebody who's ready to step up and run for election. Due to the responsibilities of this position, and you know what, I didn't have Heather printed out, and I should have. In comparison to other towns, I would request a salary increase with Tosca, that can be worked out for a grade and a step increase, comparable to other towns and what they do with their assistants, and it's a lot different. And we've done it based on population and voter registration and all of that. And I have that benchmark in my office. Risks and challenges. The federal census is being mailed to all communities in January of this year. Once it's all tabulated and everything's in the spring of 2021, there's a chance that Scituate could be re-precincted. We're only allowed to have 4,000 residents in a precinct. So if that happens, that's a state requirement. So if that happens, we have the room at the gym to do another precinct voting in one location, which is cheaper than having multiple polling places. But, you know, they have to, all voters that whose precincts are changed have to be notified by mail, so there's an expense with postage there. You're talking probably about 7,000 voters have to be notified.
Aren't they just adjusting, though? I mean, we just had someone come in and tell us that our population wasn't growing. It's actually decreasing, so I'm confused why we would add an additional precinct.
Right now, I just did the report. Right now, we have, and it might be really tight enough, but with the new houses going in too in the next couple of years. So right now, precinct 1 is 3260, precinct 2, 3168, and so on and so forth. The lowest precincts we have are 5 and 6 at 2,900 and change. So they're getting up there. So we might skim by another 10 years, but it's a potential. John Barr at the Secretary of State's office, who's the liaison for the state of Massachusetts, said most likely Scituate will be re-precincted. Whether they add another precinct, that's, you know, they might not. They might take and balance out the 2,900 and the 3,200s.
Yeah.
I don't know. I did it in 2010 with Bernice Brown, the former town clerk, and it was a project. It's a lot. So then, okay, training. We're doing a lot of training this year with the anticipation of more early voting for different elections. Always in a presidential year, we always do refreshers. There's so many requirements for staff at elections and what the do's and do nots are. That recount, I must admit, I mean, we have a really good election staff, and we follow everything, and we have training for this at the state level too for staff. That recount really also, it was a good thing for us for training, because as well as we think we're doing, there's always something that we can improve upon. And one of those things is the custody. Custody, the chain of custody of ballots and ballot machines. When you get ballots delivered, where are they? Where are they being stored? Where are they being locked up? Where are voter ballots going between the time absentee voting and early voting ends and when they get to the polls? So I've implemented a lot of new things to keep track of all that. So that recount, is as hard as it was helpful in education, and you have to be responsible for those ballots and how many have voted, how many are spoiled, how many absentees, and how many are early voting. I have to tell you, I don't think people realize, my office is small, and I know we're all hurting for space here, but I just wanted to point out a huge challenge for this primary for early voting. It's so annoying because you've seen the size of my office, you've seen the size of my counter. We're hands-on for absentee voting and early voting over that counter, and for mailing. We have 6 precincts, and then one of those precincts has a different rep, so we have 2 different ballot styles, right? We have 4 political parties, so 2 times 4 is 8. 8 different styles of ballots for early voting, and a different color labeled for absentee voting. So I have 16 styles of ballots that are going to be delivered to my office sometime in January and February for the primary. And I have to secure those every night, and I have to make sure they're counted. And it's a process. So that's a challenge in itself, is to make sure, where am I putting the poll pads every night that have to be charged every night? So storage in my office is something that's an issue right now for all of these things that we're statutorily required to handle. So that's another challenge. I don't even think I put that in there, but.
Let's look at your numbers real quick. So we've got, last year your budget was 218, this year is 254, and as you've mentioned, the increase is mostly in the part-time salaries and the support services because of the additional elections. Other than that, it's pretty level funded. And I think that's just the nature of your department.
It is.
Depends how many meetings we have and how many elections we have.
And it's the staffing requirements for the election.
Any questions for Kat? Yeah.
Is your office going to have to do anything to support the 2020 census? Are you going to have any?
We did that.
You've done that
We've
piece
done it.
already?
That was,
Okay.
as liaison, usually it's the highest elected official, which is the Board of Selectmen, and then the Board of Selectmen vote to have a town clerk, because we handle the local census. That's been the norm with my colleagues in the town clerk world. And so we've done all that. We've done mapping. I've worked with Sean and in engineering, and I've spoken to people in building and planning. And we did the mapping, we did, there's all different steps of it. And John Barr, like I said, at the state, he's been very helpful, because I get this information on my desk and what I'm supposed to do, and I just try not to panic and take a deep breath and go, oh, okay, but I'm not an engineer, and so you have to give them an estimate of when houses are going to be built and how many units are going in. And we did that with the Greenbush project. We did that with Hadley Road, even though they're not built. And what was the other one? Stockbridge. So there was some new, and then we had to prove some other addresses that we didn't have that they had, or we had and they didn't have on the maps. So, yeah,
because
we've done our homework.
The actual census documents go out, I think, in March.
Based on the information
That you
we
guys
collaborated
compiled.
with,
Great.
yes.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Just one, would it save any money for us to move our town elections to November?
Here's the problem with town elections being moved to November. According to Mass General Law, and forgive me if I am misquoting, but it used to be you had to conduct all your town business by June 1st, and now it's July 1st. So I believe that includes elections as well. That is why, going forward, town council and I briefly talked on this. Instead of, I don't know why I didn't think of this sooner, but instead of doing an act of legislature every few years when the town election falls on a holiday, there should be language in there that says, or if the town election falls on a holiday, the selectmen can vote to postpone it no later than the second week in June. I had said the third week in June, but then I thought about it. When you have a town election, there's 10 days for a recount petition deadline. So you have to finish your business, and that includes a recount by July 1st. So.
Well, we should talk about that for the April
Absolutely.
meeting and get that language in there.
Yeah.
Right. All right, Kathy, thanks for coming in.
All right.
Thank
very
you,
good.
Kathy.
Thank you. Happy holidays, everybody.
You too.
Me too, Kathy.
Okay, now we're on the golf Widows Walk Enterprise Fund, which is number 61. I saw Bob in the back.
He's still here.
Hey, Bob. You? 61, is it? No, 61 is the number on in our book here. Great, so tell us about Widows Walk.
All right, well, why don't we start off with some of the exciting stuff that's been going on behind the scenes. Since you appointed the golf committee about a year ago, and we've been working fairly diligently, of course, with two capital projects that have been approved. One being the clubhouse, and the other being the irrigation, which we've kind of put on the back burner and put the clubhouse as the priority. In that I think it's going to be better in terms of revenue generation. So at any rate, we've had a very good experience with the architecture firm. I think they've been very responsive, and they've come up with a plan, and a plan that's, it looks like it's going to fit into our budget. I must say that with the money that they have to work with, it's not going to be the size of clubhouse that would be big enough to do a full field shotgun tournament, but I think it would be just the same. I think it'd be great for business if we can just have a functional clubhouse and have a nice, clean, inviting-looking facility. And hopefully, if we can get get that moving. It's certainly going to be a big part of future success at Widows Walk. I do think it's been getting in our way for a number of years, not having a facility that has been very easy to work with. So we're getting very close. As I said, I think they just came out, they've been doing some tweaking a little bit to try to get it within the number, and I believe that they're going to be, the architect's going to be going before you within a month, I guess it is. We're also very close on the irrigation plan. I think that it sounds like we're a week to 10 days out on that. And there's been a little bit of talk. I mean, that's the one thing that's hanging over our head is to prioritize the clubhouse. If we're here to suffer through that drought, and that's the only thing that is a bit of a concern. So there's been a little discussion about possibly seeing if it would be totally cost prohibitive to come in and try to solve the water issue, because they do have a plan where we might be able to take water from Hatherley Pond and pump it into our irrigation pond. And I guess if that's done at the same time with the entire irrigation project, it's not going to be terribly expensive, but I don't know if they can just break it apart and try to do that in itself, and maybe even find a way to capture more of the runoff water and try to get it to that pond. So that's just a fairly recent discussion that's come up, so we're going to have to run that by the irrigation people to find out if that might be something that would be worth pursuing. So certainly that's one thing hanging over our head by prioritizing the clubhouse is the possibility of a drought. And as I say, that was a fairly painful thing to go through 3 or 4 years ago. I must say that was kind of an unprecedented drought as well, but who knows? There's been a lot of unprecedented weather of late. So at any rate, the golf committee has been wonderful. I mean, there's a lot of expertise there. They've been working very hard. Of course, a lot of them are very interested in the success of Widows Walk. Most of them play there. And, they're very motivated to get something done, and they've been really a nice addition and been very helpful. Other than that, I mean, it's the budget itself. I mean, other than, working on these capital projects, we're going to try to find a way to maybe clean up our technology, see if we might be able to get everything under one roof as much as possible between our point of sale and our website and our tea time reservation system. So if we could kind of see if we could kind of capture all of those with one vendor, and it may be more cost effective, and it may actually be advantageous. It's just these things have come on. When we first started out, they really weren't tea time reservation systems out there. So we had a point of sale, and so we've been kind of piecing things together, and it might be time to explore that a little bit. Other than that, I think.
We can go through some of the numbers real quick. Last year's budget was $1,096,000. This year's budget is $1,116,000. So a relatively nominal increase. So it's relatively flat. I don't see any major increase.
Most of the increases are a result of minimum wage, basically. The two, between the payroll and the maintenance budget, both of those are primarily minimum wage related.
Right. I think our concern is when we look at the revenue and the expenses together. I'm going to pass it over to Karen, because she and I were talking about this earlier in the week. Where that falls, because we wrote off all that. Didn't write off all that debt. All that debt was expired when we paid off in 2017.
Yeah.
ish?
Yep, 2017.
And now this budget is showing for a profit of about $60,000, but this does not have the debt for the new clubhouse in it, right?
Nothing's approved yet.
Right. So what's the annual,
Depends on the size of the project you approve
And how long you approved it for.
and how we borrow it. Whether you go level funded like a mortgage or whether you do declining principal like we normally do.
right? So I assume you've looked at the numbers, and is $60,000 a year going to be enough?
Yeah, to do a clubhouse project, you're probably looking somewhere around at least $100,000 a year. And the revenues are beginning to rebound, so when that comes forward to you, it's going to be in your January 7th meeting.
Mhm.
We'll have revenue projections, historical data about the revenues, and both Jim and I are of the same opinion. Conservative is the best way to go with any project that comes forward that's going to involve debt with this particular enterprise.
We told Bob and we told the committee to move forward with about $1.5 million.
That's what they'll be
That's
coming
what
back
we're
with.
using.
Yeah.
Right. And is that going to be sustainable in this budget?
60.
Now it's 60 now. But keep in mind, we're being those estimates are very conservative because we've had 2 years of deficits. This is the first year in 3 that I'm actually breathing at this time of the year, and I haven't harassed Bob to tell him to stop spending money.
We had our best fall in,
Since 2008.
So what is the actual revenue running this year?
Right now, we're at 653,000 as of the end of October. I don't have November's numbers yet. And so in fiscal 2009, we're at 651.
2019, you mean?
No, 2009. We beat every year since 2009.
Yeah. They got some handy dandy chart.
Last year at this time, we were at 554,000. This year, we're at 653.
Right, and last year we did almost 1.191, and we're ahead of that pace.
If we could get back to where we were pre-drought, we could comfortably take on a reasonable amount of debt. Before, we were holding about $300,000 a year. It was crippling.
So the
Karen,
high,
did you wanna-
yeah, so the high revenue was 1.35 in 16 before the drought. So a lot of the work that you and the committee have done, I think, is really translated into the pace of increased revenue. So the numbers that you're proposing really don't reflect that pace right now.
Correct.
Right, no, but I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but that's where if the trend continues, the problem is we have to commit to when would we have to commit to the financing of what's the timetable we're looking at for borrowing for a clubhouse improvement?
Principal repayment, you're at least 1 to 2 years out because you have to issue a bond for it. You want to do short-term notes until you finish the project.
Okay.
But the other consideration the committee's looking at is if you improve the clubhouse, you would improve the restaurant and the kitchen. Which, if you put that back out, when you put that back out to bid, you potentially would get more revenue from that because that's a lease situation.
Right.
So we used to make quite a bit more from the restaurant. We used to make close to $50,000 a year. Now we're around $38,000 a year.
Okay.
From a timing standpoint, if you were in July and April, the town meeting, we wouldn't start the project until probably November, until the golf season was over. And then
Okay.
we start the clubhouse project. So you're talking a year from now before you be in the ground actually starting work. So we'll see what the spring numbers are going to be, but at the same time, when you ask me what the field's going to look like in the spring, I'm going to ask them what's the weather going to be like. If we have good spring weather, we'll have good numbers. If we don't, the numbers are going to get out.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Yeah, so where did the $382,000 a year that we were paying debt service
You were in the red.
go?
So the enterprise account was not was losing money. The town was having to put money in to make the budget to balance it, or take it out of the retained earnings.
Yes, we never took it.
So you weren't meeting your nut.
Well, because it looks like it just disappeared.
Yeah.
You also had no maintenance
Just get paid
done
off.
at all.
Right, we've increased the maintenance significantly the last 2 years. There's a lot of maintenance needs to be done on some of those buildings. But basically, you were using your savings to make up the difference, and savings have gone too.
Right, so the retained earnings is $40,000 now, and we've been doing that to subsidize the operations since the drought year, probably.
Kind of distressing.
Yeah.
But to Karen's point, there was $380,000 of interest and principal.
We had revenue to back it up. Our revenue was $1.2 million. So the drought year hit, that was our first year with no debt. So we don't know what it's like to be in a normal operating golf course without a drought.
Right.
With a normal revenue stream without having debt. Finished paying off our debt and hit a drought. Which was good because it was kind of a shock to the system so that you can incur anything right off the bat.
If I remember, we went into that fiscal year with 170,000 in retained earnings. I think that was the number.
I don't ever recall it being that rosy, but to return to those days, Bob.
I thought that's what it was. Yeah, because we had our best.
Estimated receipts.
Hmm?
We had estimated receipts that we were putting in the stabilization fund and had to go to a special town meeting to take it back out. But we digress.
We literally had that drought hit exactly when our debt was retired.
Actually, no, it didn't. It hit the year that you had to make your last debt payment.
Right.
So you...
Right. Double whammy.
You lost $300,000 that year, which ate up all the retained earnings. And then the next year, it didn't rebound.
I believe the debt, I believe that the drought started in June of 16. And I believe that we retired our debt
17.
Well, at the start of that, I believe is what it was, so that we thought we were in great shape, and then we not only used all of our retained earnings because of the debt, and then we actually went into the hole on top of it because our revenues were so poor. And then the following year, it turns out that it was a recovery year. The word was around that there's no grass. It takes a while for the seed to catch and really have a decent playing surface. And then, as I say, last fiscal year was just terribly bad weather. So, we've had 3 years of really unfortunate situations. Now, this is the first year that we're back to what I would consider to be a pretty normal year. And the revenues, right now, year over year, July to November, we're up in excess of $100,000 in revenue over the previous year. So that's it's certainly encouraging, and a lot of it has been weather-related and as such, course condition-related, positive word of mouth out there. And actually, I've got to give the golf committee some credit. Some of these people have some nice skill sets. They're doing some social media and things like that that have been very helpful. So they've really been a nice addition.
Yeah, unfortunately, as I think everyone's alluding to, we're going to have to make a decision on a capital project before we know numbers. So there's going to have to be some sort of decision made there on, estimated revenue.
It's a chicken and the egg situation,
It's
too,
based
right?
on
You gotta make
projections as
the.
opposed to based on actual figures.
What's that?
It'll be based on what we're projecting as opposed to what we actually have coming in. So,
Yeah, on 1 year. If you roll it out to 4 years, then it's,
Right, but you have to, as Nancy pointed out, you have to factor in the bump you're definitely going to get when there's a new facility.
Yeah.
Just like.
The bump up?
Yeah, oh, yeah. I mean, it's just like the library, you knew that circulation was going to soar because everyone wanted to see the new library.
Well, I think when the committee comes before us too on January 7th, it's going to be really important to understand, the cause and effect. Is it good weather, or is it good weather and all the marketing and all the other initiatives that they've embarked on? Because all we've had in the past is weather, right? And now we've got all this different marketing, all these different outreaches that committee is doing, so.
I've got to believe that, because for 20 years, it's been weather.
In competition.
Yeah.
In a declining facility. Not
Right.
necessarily the course, but the clubhouse.
Exactly.
It's not a destination you want to necessarily visit.
Even this year, I mean, as valuable as the golf committee has been, it's, I would still say it's more weather
Weather.
than it is.
It's been a good year.
But it's helped. I mean, it really has. But more weather has helped. I mean, we had timely rains all year. The golf course was in, I think, the best condition it's ever been in. And, you know, word travels. You know, it really does. I mean, word of mouth is where you live and die, and it travels fast. So we've had a good year in that regard, and you never know. I mean,
I think it's commented, the weather was good, the course was in good shape, and then the committee was able to push out that news to people that, hey, come back to Whittles Walk, it's in good shape, it's really playing well, and people came back. You might not have gotten it back without that extra push.
Well, certainly, any questions on the expense side of the budget? I don't think there's much wiggle room there. I think the revenue side we'll have to look at more closely in January. But, thanks, Bob.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Great job, thank you.
See you in a month.
Yep. Board of Health. That's 5:10. Well, there it is.
It's Drew's first time, so do that.
All right.
I had one comment.
Tell us.
So you want to know about the Board of Health?
Yes, quick overview.
So I've only been there for about 7 or 8 months, and I have to say that Joan, Teresa, and Eileen, who are the main employees there, are just top shelf. They're just unbelievable, professional. They do just an unbelievable job, and they make the Scituate Board of Health look good every single day of the week. So I'm grateful for their work in the department. At the Board of Health, right now, we're in the process of relicensing all of the restaurants. We have around 50 of them that we do. We are also, at any given time, we have between 35 and 50 sets of plans for septic systems that are in various stages of review. It's a different animal from where I came from. Where I came from, we had town sewerage, we didn't have any Title V, and I'm amazed at the amount of Title V stuff that comes through the office. It's a big burden. We do a lot of the reviewing, but we get it out. So we also, I mean, do you want an overview of what we do want to?
We know. Yeah. Just giving you an opportunity to say what's going on. I mean, I think probably from our perspective, the biggest complaint we hear is, you know, the
Hold up on plans.
inspections, right?
Oh, yeah.
You know, we've talked about that for years and increased the personnel a little bit to try and help that. Is it helping? You know,
Oh, yes,
is the time-
absolutely.
So is the timeframe shrinking? I know it was.
It is shrinking. I mean, we have 45 days to review a set of plans, and then after if we have any adjustments to it, we send it back to the engineer, and then they resubmit it. We get another 45 days after they resubmit it. So it's not just 45 days from that initial,
Right.
but we do try to push them out as quick as we can, and if someone calls and, you know, the house is going up for sale on the 20th, and they just got their septic plans brought in, if we can push it out before they need it, we try to get it out to them as quick as we
It'd
can.
be great to see some stats on that sometime, only because, and again, you only hear the angry people, right? But they say, you've got 45 days, therefore it takes 44 days. So it'd be great to see that tide has turned and that stuff is getting turned around quicker and.
I would say we're less than 30 days,
So-
but we can get
Yeah,
statistics and
that'd be
stuff if
great.
you'd like.
I've heard nothing but top-notch professionalism in terms of all the other inspections that go on. You know, with the house inspections where it's literally A to Z, testing everything and you know, for someone that bakes cupcakes, that they're getting.
Yeah,
you
Joe
know,
Murphy, who is the food inspector, is just just a super guy, great employee, knows his stuff. One of the things that we did this year is we adopted the 2013 food code from the federal food code, which puts a lot of different changes in the food code that we utilize right now, Chapter 10, but it increases a lot of the oversight responsibilities as far as someone on-site, anytime the establishment is open, that is a Serve-Safe certified professional, which means they've taken the 6-hour class, taken the test, and passed the test successfully. So, starting January 1, if you own a sub shop and there's only one person certified in that sub shop, and they have to leave for an emergency, well, that sub shop has to close now, because they don't have a person in charge, they don't have a certified person there. What we did do is, this summer, we sent out a brochure. We held a Serve Safe class right down at the marina, in between Second and Third Cliff, no, First and Second Cliff, and we had 28 participants from all Scituate restaurants. We had about 14 or 15 restaurants represented. A lot of them only had one person certified, so it was a great opportunity. They knew that this was coming down the road. We're actually going to be scheduling another Serve Safe class in April when the Marine Center opens up again, and we hope to get another, 30 people down there. So it worked out very, very well.
That's great. So your budget numbers, last year was 297, this year's 305. Town administrator approved 303. In 219, the actuals were 220. That was, Nancy, that was prior to...
We had the vacancy for Jen for
right.
a long period.
So that was the, even the year before that. But the year before that, we hired the position, yeah. So...
On one other, we do have, I would like to say, Laura Minier has retired, and she was just such an asset. I didn't have that kind of an asset where I came from. So to have someone like Laura that can go out there is just huge. We've put together a new job description with Bob Clark, and I'm not sure if it has been posted or not yet, but that position is going to have to be filled, and it's vacant right now.
Great.
She was just phenomenal, just phenomenal.
Any questions for Drew?
That was my only question, is how goes the hunt to replace her? 'Cause
Yes.
she was such
It's going to be a challenge.
It will be a huge challenge. She's great.
She was an octopus. She did so many different things.
Yeah, and her,
She was
that
great.
role is super important.
And
not
this
only-
is a going away party, so, thank you, Laura. She did a great job.
She really did.
I didn't see any revenues in our book. I'm just curious, do the revenues that come in cover the,
The food revolving and the vaccinations they both have their own revolving funds for those, but the revenues that they take in do not support their overall budget cost. And that's the same way.
What are they total?
Is there any way of that coming closer by increasing inspection fees or anything?
It would never come that close, but I can tell you in it.
I don't expect to make money on the flu vaccination, but I just think that inspections are important.
That's going to be a real burden on
small
these
business.
are small sub shops, they're not a lot of big restaurants.
Well, I think more the septic stuff. I mean, that's...
Yeah, well,
Right now, it's $250 for a plan review.
should it be more?
I can do a little investigative work, see what other towns.
Their actual revenue, excuse me for interrupting all of you, for fiscal 19 was $39,481, and the estimate for fiscal 20 is $30,600. So, I mean, the biggest driver is the sewerage permits. They brought in $22,575, and after that, it's installer permits. So even if you were to double them, you still...
It'd be a good idea, why don't you take a look at the surrounding towns?
Sure.
And see if...
Great.
Great. Thanks for coming in, Drew.
Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Hey, Council on Aging.
That's new.
541.
She's back.
Hi.
All right, you been doing anything this year?
So, well, I have, and not only that, but of course, so has my staff, or the staff for the senior center. So despite everything else that's been going on and my other attentions elsewhere, the senior center has continued to thrive and to provide services to the town that I think we can be proud of, and has somehow still continued really to grow, I think. Certainly, we've tried to make the community a bit more aware of what we do and what we are able to offer and what we could provide to those who, we'd like to see come in. We did provide and still continue to provide, I guess, well over 60 program opportunities. We could go over some of those. We've had some wonderful new ones begin. We're still, actually, this is an increase. Have well over 1,200 clients or participants coming in for programs. And that maybe some of these are also coming in for services, but there's over 350 that we provided services to as well. So, of course, we're proud of the programs. The programs bring people in, but the outreach services we provide, including insurance counseling, benefit assistance, information referrals, financial housing concerns, and just helping. And really, at this point, it's Jenny Gerbis, full-time outreach coordinator. Transportation, of course, is another service. We provided 250-plus individuals rides, equaling, and that's another increase, over 8,000 rides. So locally, but in addition, the out-of-town medical, we've sort of started to dip our toes a little bit into providing the out-of-town medical rides through our own vans and drivers, which we haven't been doing. We contracted that out and generally do still contract it out to Social Community Action Council, which does a great job, but it is an expense. So as part of the GATRA budget, they didn't mind seeing us maybe start to bring more of that in-house. Our budget with GATRA did go up a little bit. They gave us maybe another 5,000, went from 101 to 106. So that's outside the municipal budget, actually. But that we can work with, but just in terms of driver salaries and maybe doing more rides, and the out-of-town medical, we subsidize, really. We do charge a nominal fee for it, but even if it's Boston, they're really only paying $10 round trip. So it's a nice service. But we don't make any money, and we subsidize. Planning, of course, we're planning. We're planning for
Little change?
next year. Challenges to the budget, was right now it's still a small budget. Facilities is picking up some of the excess that we can foresee with the opening of the new senior center, short-term at least, but obviously I'll be looking at staffing adjustments, if not additions, and I talked a lot about that in the public information sessions. That certainly, we look forward to providing more opportunities for volunteers, but even still, and we try to do the job, I think, of a big senior center, even now, but at the same time, obviously, we're looking forward to filling that building and providing as many programs and services, and collaborating more, increasing, obviously, the work we could do with students, even though we do quite a bit, even now. I did want to maybe mention a few of the programs that we are happy to have been providing this year. Our history classes, of course, we're pleased, as are the 25 to 35 to 50 people, I guess, who continue to take those every 6 weeks with one single instructor. But our Job Seekers Networking Group has been great. We're only one of 16 communities in the state to be providing that. We did get funding through the Mass Council on Aging to do that. And we are seeing, it's over 50, but we're certainly seeing 55, 60 and over take advantage of the networking and the workshops that are being presented through that. So that's been a great thing. Memory training, which was grant funded and now can continue again. Aging Mastery, which we do once a year, needs funding. We believe we are getting some for this year, but that's been a year-to-year thing. So really, the programs we offer are all they're either free or grant-funded, or some of the costs of those programs get passed on to the participants. Like exercise, of course, which is a challenge to try to keep it affordable, but also pay our instructors. the value that they provide. We have another new funded program, Art for Your Mind, which is monthly, but we're seeing people, 25 to 30 to 35 to 50 people coming in for that single program every month. So it's growing because people have heard it's good. Ukulele lessons. So that's one where the cost, they're doing it really for less, the instructors that are providing it, but participants are happy to pay every 5 weeks for some lessons, and it's been fun, and I have to admit I'm taking advantage of it too. So, and they need a leader, so I'm doing that part. But recreation, socialization, obviously that's a big part of what we do, fitness and wellness. I've talked about, all of our fitness classes are well worth what they're having to pay for those. We have great instructors. Strength, flexibility, balance, falls prevention, so we know we are providing a service even though it's still exercise. But all of those have that component. I've mentioned our outreach, but we have been collaborating still with the fire department, who does provide a service going into homes, and we help out with that and coordinate with the seniors that are requesting those inspections for CO or smoke detector replacement. That's been great. Support groups are continuing. We will feel the loss of Laura as well, because she wasn't under the department anymore. She certainly did do a lot for us. So we are looking forward to the replacement. But also, in my formula grant, I am going to pay for a support group leader. Since she used to do that for us, we are getting another social worker to do that, or she started, actually. So otherwise, in intergenerational community stuff, it's an opportunity to mention that we just had, the River Club just provided a wonderful pre-Thanksgiving luncheon, and that was for seniors, and something she and I had collaborated with the Evening of Irish Music, and Angela Lazarus, the River Club, the family, wanted to provide something for the seniors, but it was really about community as well. So she's moved it to, November was a better time, and it was nice to do the Thanksgiving meal, but we had 170 people attend that, and it was really well received. We did provide some entertainment, which the Friends helped me to pay for doing that, but that was great. But even throughout the year, the Family Fun Walk, we did a second one. That's minor, but that's a community thing that we want to continue. We did get the Red Sox World Series trophy in, and I will say 450 people of all different ages came through that community building to have their picture taken and see that trophy. And that was really, I think that went a long way. It was fun. Really a year ago, but the Navy Band Northeast that came and performed at the Center for the Performing Arts at the high school. I mean, we gave away 700 tickets to that, and that was all. And not only that, but had the Navy Band work with the student population and the music directors there at the middle school and the high school. So that was a nice collaboration.
Tickets for that? Wow.
We gave, well, the Navy Band will only do something community without paying for tickets. So, but it was still a panic. I think we thought we oversold the tickets at one point, but in the end, it was a full house, and it was wonderful. Pickleball tournaments with the high school. The kids who belong to the Rotary Interact Club continue to do monthly tech time with us, so they come in and work with the seniors one-on-one for their tablets and phones.
Great.
So those are just...
Right. And we hope that with the new facility, you'll be able to expand on those, and it'll be great.
We look forward to it.
So at the numbers, your actuals in 19 were 195. Your budget last year was 202,000, and this year you requested 207, and the town administrator put in 206. So it's all pretty flat. There's no.
We're maintaining.
Yeah. And then we'll see what happens when the new building gets made, and I'm sure there'll be some changes to that.
Well, there are some estimates for the new building for energy in the facilities budget.
Okay. Great.
Yeah, we can send them.
Any questions for Linda? Okay. Thanks for coming in.
Okay, thank you very much. Good to see you.
For those of you counting at home, there's 2 more budgets. Next one is recreation, which is 6:30. Nick, how are you? Maura, how are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Good. Tell us some more good things about the town.
Good things.
Yeah.
First and foremost, I think we'd like to start off by awarding Mark Donovan our 2020 Mr. C's Community Spirit Award, which goes to an individual that volunteers a countless number of hours to the town and recreation department, and Mark has done that well beyond, and he's been a big help with us with our line of communication between the lifeguards and the harbor master, police, and fire.
Yeah, and every time we move, he helps us move. So he takes the antenna off the roof and puts it on another roof, and yeah, he just shows up, and he does it, and he fits the mode of the Mr. C Award, which started out with Mr. C, who still is doing this year's soccer again, Mr. C.
I think it's his 31st or 32nd year, which
yeah,
is,
we've lost
which is
count.
amazing.
He got it, the first one. So we have about, I think Mark is our 9th one. So we keep on, and we have a little plaque, and we have it on the wall, and so if you ever want to see it, it's in there.
Good choice.
So thank you, Mark.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mark.
Thank you,
He didn't
Mark.
want to take it. He says, no, no, no. And so we picked this platform to let everybody know that Mark has done a great job.
Does a great job, and all the training he does, and
Oh, yeah, he does all our CPR with the lifeguards, and we give CPR to all our counselors, too. So there's like 155 people that get CPR through us every year. So it's nice. We have a lot of people out there that save lives.
Grateful to have him, so.
So we've had a busy 3 years between the playground and the fields and moving into our home. I have to say that my staff is incredible. And it's like a ladder effect. They let me go out there, go to these meetings, and then they take care of all the stuff. And it's exciting to have a great staff. We added Kevin Devon, who is our field coordinator. He's way overqualified, but he's retired and very professional, and he does a wonderful job working with what we had this year. Fall went very smooth, and that was nice to see. I didn't go to the football game, but they got to play. And it ended up being a wonderful day. I have to thank Jim Boudreau for really helping out with the fields. Once we started rolling, he helped us take the ball and go with it with financing. It was an enormous thing for the town. I think it's a great move, and I think it's going to be life-changing here. The parking lot at Egypt Beach was done. That was something that came out of the beach revolving account that we're responsible for. That's when the surplus builds. Nancy Holt, myself, and the other administration put something together about 5 years ago, maybe 6. We have a capital plan that Hummer Rock was done first with CPC funds and the coordination with the beach revolving surplus. We did Hummer Rock first, we did Egypt, and now we're looking to, maybe through capital planning, we haven't addressed that yet, to do Minot, and that will be the end of the 5-year plan for that. So we'll see what happens. We haven't gone to capital plan yet, but that's in the docket for us.
Yeah, and we absolutely love we still call it our new home because we've only been there for about 1.5 years, maybe 2 years.
And we put a sign up.
We truly love it there, and it's a great spot for us. We get to really expand upon what we really truly believe in, and it's just great to have our own space to go there.
Well, a lot of community, they come in there where they're playing basketball, pickleball, karate, adult fitness. They just congregate and everybody gets to know each other. Spinning's another one that we do. I think the town really enjoys using that building that's been serving the community for over 100 years, and they love going back in there. We have done improvements in the gym. We did the floor over again this year. We did the painting all around. You wouldn't notice it. You walk in and go, why does it look so good in here? Well, it's fresh paint. But it's the same color, so you really wouldn't notice unless you saw the grime that I saw, and that's gone. Some of the floors we've redone, and also paint, a little bit of flooring, a little bit of paint has helped. So that's what we've had with that. To entice going into lifeguards, we had Scituate Health Services donate $500 to give out 2 scholarships to 2 Scituate residents, $250 each, to help pay for the cost of becoming a lifeguard, so we can entice more lifeguards to come in from Scituate. We get them from all over, from Norwell, from Marshfield, Well, we really would like to see some of our own Scituate people come in, so we're gonna offer a scholarship to 2 people that apply.
Yeah, we think that will also bring in a lot more applications with people being interested in that, you know, that
Yeah, we might do a
possibly.
lottery for it, so.
Right. Our goals this, for FY 2021, to keep current with our programming, town field upgrades and improvements. We've been working on creating a new fee structure for the turf fields, as well as some consequences that we need to put in place for, you know, permitting wise, so.
Yeah, we're working with the rec commission, so the rec commission will come and see you sometime in January with what they have ideas about and to work with you about the fee structures on. Because we got the 3 new turf fields, something's gonna change, and we also have to tighten it up, so. It's not that we weren't tight, it's just that we really wanna make it, the rate work for the town. So when somebody comes in and wants to run a tournament or a field hockey camp, and I've been talking to numerous people calling me about, can we rent the turf this summer, can we do this, can we? I said, we'll know in January what the fee structure is and where we stand. So that's the field.
Yeah, that's the fields. We need to develop some new maintenance plans for the grass fields. We're going to be able to rest and rejuvenate them once that whole turf field area is completed, which is great because the fields need it, the grass fields that is, so.
Yeah.
Yep.
Be able to rejuvenate them. A couple of notes that I'd like to do, a couple of shout outs to, we have the North Pole calls coming on December 11th. That hits Scituate every year, and children, Santa Claus comes and calls people in Scituate, the little kids in Scituate, and it's funny how he just comes to the rec department and says, you know, I'd like to call some of the kids, so he does. And that's coming up on December 11th. Also, winter registration is tomorrow night, tomorrow afternoon at noon. Just to let you know that. And
Well, let's hit your numbers.
yes,
So, the actuals in 19 were 157. I think that's before we had the field money coming in for that position. And then last year's budget was 144. This year's budget is 155, and the town administrator approved 155 as well. There's really not much to your budget. It's all salary. It's the part-time salaries and you know, the 2 of you, and all the programs are paid in the revolving fund, so it's really, budget-wise, it's not much to look at, but program-wise is where it has all its glitter, so, you know, it's always amazing. I know Sean and I, since 12 years ago, when we hear the number of kids and the number of programs that go through here, and all my kids went through it, and heck, you probably paid Mr. C's stock to yourself a few years ago. So, you know, it has an everlasting impact on the town, so we appreciate all the stuff that the department does. And I think you'll be, you know, you have your challenges, but it'll be great when the new gym is finished and the new fields are finished, and it'll give you guys a whole new, you know, toy to play with and get more programming out there. So I think we're looking forward to it.
Looking forward to it, yeah.
Any questions or comments from?
No, but thank you.
Yeah. Right?
thanks for the support.
Anything, Sean?
Just, you know, people, this is just one program that makes this town stick out. I've said it before, and I'll keep saying it. Our rec, you know, and you just kind of alluded to it. You know, rec programs are.
No, thank you.
We
You run a
appreciate
great
all you do.
operation.
Thank you,
Yeah.
guys.
Take care.
Great job.
Happy holidays.
Thanks.
Happy holidays.
Can Jim give me $1 back that he took from me? It's $1 off.
Typo.
$1 off something?
Just to make a point.
All right, all of us throw a quarter in.
Everybody's getting cut. The last budget we're doing tonight is Commission on Disability. Yes. Nancy, this is a very quick one.
on behalf of the Commission of Disabilities, they asked if I could present their budget for them. It's level funded to fiscal 20, at $5,000. And just a couple of the things that we want to highlight that they did last year was they donated 2 assistive hearing devices to the Scituate's Library of Things, which is another program that Jesse didn't mention at the library where you can actually take out an item rather than just some type of book or electronic media. They also donated a C-pen reader, which is an electronic pen-like device that will go over the written word and verbally or through audio provide the words to the SPED department at the schools, and then they also donated 2 of them to the library. So I wanted to highlight those things for them and hope the board will support the budget as the town administrator recommended.
Yes, and it's mandatory.
That's
So. Great.
Can I ask
It's a
another related question?
$5,000 budget line, and they donate most of it, so it's.
Where are
Yes.
we with our accessibility plan?
The ADA plan is probably 90% complete. The only thing that is not done is populating the dates when the identified items are going to be resolved, and I'm waiting for Kevin Kelly's return to go over that with him. We have, all of the buildings have been inspected, all of the facilities have been inspected, all of the rights-of-way and sidewalks were walked, and everything has been identified, and it's in a program that we have with them, that we have full access to, and we can run zillions of reports off of it. So the only thing left, because we had a grant through the state, is just to populate the dates, and they understand that. So if you wanted me to give you a printout by building, I could, or by facility, I could. I just don't have projected resolution times.
All right, thank you. The next topic is going to be the review of the shellfish guidelines. We're going to take a 2-minute break, so we can go to the restroom real quick, and then we'll get on to that. So we are here to hopefully finalize the regulations and to thank the committee for all the work that's gone into this. I'm going to give a quick summary, and I've spoken with everyone on the board individually about kind of our overall concepts on it, and I'll try and get those across, and then they can pitch in wherever they want. And then there's some particular aspects of the guidelines we'll talk about. The goal this evening is to just get the guidelines done. The next step after this will be to have some meetings to go over the actual pilot program, which I think is probably more important. These are the guidelines for, shellfish, aquaculture, anywhere in town, for any entity that comes in. And then what we'll have to do is, I know there's a lot of concern with the specific area that we're dealing with right now, and that'll be more outlined in whatever we say the pilot program will consist of, and that won't be discussed tonight. Although you'll see I think you'll get some idea of our thought process on stuff as well. First, we had a meeting with Cohasset, I can't remember this.
Wilcott.
What was the name of it?
Wilcott Commons.
Wilcott Commons, right. Very, very well attended, probably over 100 and something people there, and we answered questions for a couple of hours. A number of us were there, so thank you for all your help and the technical stuff. We share some of the concerns that they had. They had some good feedback on a number of different issues that we'll try and incorporate into, I think, again, more on that specific location than what these guidelines are in general. The 2 things that we want to take into consideration, and there may be more than 2, but 2 that I'm going to discuss are really looking at the area that we're thinking about putting these farms in, and really not having a total disruption to what the current activity is there. It's very apparent that the area that we're talking about now is a highly used recreational area, and we really don't want to go in. And I think it was really intimidating when we did a grid of the possibilities of what could happen there. So we really want to take that into consideration. We want that to be known in the guidelines, that we really are not looking to go in and change the complete use of an active area. And so in future boards that come before us, they know that this wasn't the idea of industrializing some sort of area. So I don't know exactly how we're going to incorporate that in there or not.
In these regulations?
In these regulations, and it's not really a regulation, it's really a thought, a policy.
It does touch upon it initially in the prologue.
So we may want to make that a little bit stronger. And the other thing that I think is in doing that, when we look at the scope of it, when we looked at something that was potentially 32 acres, then I think when we said, hey, there's a 3-acre limit, that sounded reasonable. But when we think about doing something on a smaller scale, then maybe a 3-acre limit is too much. So I think I have, and we'll talk about this in a minute, I think we may want to consider reducing that to 2-acre, not more than 2-acre limit, is one other component of it that were some of the thoughts that I had. Other than that, I have some specific points I'd like to talk about in terms of some of the areas, but I'll open it up to everybody else first in just a general concept, and then we can go through specific areas. Town council has looked at this, and they've given their feedback on the legality of the document. There was not any major changes. They took out a few little things, and they changed some wording here or there, but it didn't. Exactly. So I'll open it up now to the board members to see if there's any other conceptually things that we want this document to get across, and then we can go through some of the specifics of it. So Karen, if you have any.
Well, no, I'm just satisfied that we have had a committee working very hard for the past almost 2 years, drafting regulations, and that's what these are regulations to promote this particular potential use. I think that I'm of the understanding we are doing a pilot program, and therefore anything that happens, good, bad, or indifferent, can be fixed, modified, etc. We are not the first community to do this. We've used a lot of, I know the committee has looked at a lot of other communities to make sure. I think the problem we've got on our hands right now is the opposition from Cohasset and some of the abutters to the property about what we are planning to do with the property, which, as a town, we have a right to do. On the other hand, I don't think anyone wants to ruin the recreational use or cause any sort of environmental damage, and I really believe that we have, taken the time to consider all of those things, and that there's nothing that we're doing out there that cannot be removed. We're not building a wind turbine. This is something that if it doesn't work, we pick it up and it goes away. And I honestly think that as much as there's talk about the navigational issues out there, I think that is part of learning to be a sailor, learning to be a boater, dealing with navigational issues, having to, understand what the tides are. And this is not out of character for this town to be in this particular business. And, I think that one of the sticking points we've had is the issue of it's $25 an acre. Well, that was set by the state probably 25, 30 years ago, and I suspect they set it at that low rate in order to promote aquaculture in Massachusetts. And I think they have succeeded beyond probably their wildest dreams.
It will probably be revisited very soon in legislature.
And it should be.
It should be, absolutely.
I think it will be revisited.
It should be, but I don't think that's a reason not to do this.
Yeah.
And so I'm fully supportive, and again, I guess we can argue over words, but I think the real, the proof in the pudding is going to be when we decide where and how this pilot program will work. And I would hope that we would be able to work with Cohasset and the abutters to make sure that, that it works for all.
Boy, do you have anything, or?
Well, yeah, I just want to echo, I agree with you. I think it's really important that we share the space from a recreational and a commercial aspect. I think that's what our coastline has always provided us. I feel very strongly that any pilot acreage that we utilize does not impede any of the sailing programs over there. I know it's not their land, it's our land, but it's been a gentleman's handshake for years. And it's a part of our South Shore culture, and it's something that we need to be very mindful and preserve. I'm not so concerned about paddleboarders, kayakers. I kayak and paddleboard all around the oyster beds down in Lewis Bay. And quite frankly, it's really enjoyable, to watch the industry and to watch the activity, to see the wildlife that comes around there. It actually is quite educational, so I'm not fearful of that at all. So that, to your point with regards to the pilot, I think as we get to that next phase, and I think a lot of the pushback to all of us in the past, including you, everybody here, in the past couple of weeks, is really largely based on misinformation and a lot of scare tactics, and I personally don't appreciate that. I try to base my decisions and deal with my holiday gatherings on fact and not fiction, and some of you know what I'm saying with regards to that. But I have a commitment to a lot of people that we're going to share that space, and we're going to be mindful of it and do it right. So then just looking at the regulations, just a couple of things that I would like to ask. So number one.
Let's just let them, then we'll get into
Then we'll get back to the regulations. Okay.
specific
All right, so there you go. That's where I stand.
Karen, do you have?
I'm not going to reiterate everything they
Yeah.
said, other than to thank the committee and the Shellfish Commission and the Waterways for all of the time and commitment to making sure that we ask the right questions and put the framework together so that we can begin to look at, how would this apply? And you've done that admirably, so thank you for the hundreds of hours of work on this. And the only other thing I won't reiterate, I agree with my colleagues, is that what excited us a year and a half ago when this was proposed is that this is so in keeping with the heritage of our community, and I really think that we can coexist and do it respectfully and be good neighbors. And I think, my hope is 2 years from now, if we can get to a point where the pilot looks successful, that everyone will go, well, that's pretty cool. But we have a lot of work to do before we get to that point. The first step is to get these documents in a place where we can take the next step, and I'm fully supportive of taking this step now. Uh-oh, Sean's smiling.
There is nothing left to say. Everyone said it really perfect. I knew a little bit about this, a very, very little bit, but I certainly learned a lot attending all these meetings, that's for sure, and the area. It's been a long time since I've been out to that area. I know we're talking about the regulations throughout the whole town of Scituate, but, it is focused on that area up there. And, and through the neighbors and abutters, that, my thought process and opinions changed just a little bit over time listening to the folks, and you touched on the very first one, and that was the amount of acreage out of the gate. And so I don't have anything else to say, but I'll certainly jump in a little later on when I have something to say. So you guys did a great job.
Yeah, and we're not going to be here for hours tonight. I think we're in the tail end of this. And again, as Karen put, we really want to thank all the hard work that's gone into this. So I have a few specific points, and I know you guys do. Why don't we just go through the document quickly, and if somebody has something to add or question or discuss, we can go through there. I think what I'd like to do on I think probably section 3 where it says authority, somewhere in there get a sentence that we want to, take into consideration the current uses of the property when, when allocating space available for this venture. Or, someone can word it a heck of a lot better than me. But
I would almost suggest putting that in number 1, the prologue, which is more a statement of purpose.
Sure.
I think that would be the appropriate
right at
place
the
to
end
put
of
it.
the first paragraph?
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. That's.
What were you trying to say, Tony?
I just want to get across that this board and all future boards should take into consideration the current uses of the property. Which doesn't mean that we don't do things there, but it just means that we
We're mindful.
Yeah, we strongly we're mindful of it. So maybe
Fine with the second paragraph, if you want to put it at the beginning. We were talking about determining whether to grant a license. The town shall protect and preserve the existing fisheries, is what it says now. We want to put a line that the town is committed to ensure that the existing recreation
Well, it may not be, I mean, this place happens to be recreation, but if you do it in the North River, it could be fishing vessels or whatever.
Yeah, well, it says now.
Fisheries or existing
To
fisheries.
Jamie's point, minimize
Minimize the impact.
impact to other uses of marine environment, and then maybe add there with a special consideration to existing uses.
Good.
There we go. Got that, Susan?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. All right, so does anyone have an issue with the definitions?
No.
Anyone have a issue with, or not issue, but a question or a comment on the authority? Section 3.
Just a typo.
I know. I will say when the comments are accepted,
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna just come back for a handful of typos throughout, based on the comments alone.
Okay, so now a lot of the meat of it is in here. So number 4, the application itself. Anyone have any comments on 4.0?
No.
So I just have one question, and it's more to the committee. So the first application is going to be for 2 years, and then it jumps to 5 years for a renewal. What was the thought process? I know 2 years was you're probably thinking of the pilot scenario of, it takes 2 years to see if you're going to actually harvest a crop. And then it goes to a 5-year renewal, which seemed maybe a little long for me. That was the first thing that came to my head.
It's the standard in pretty much every regulations that we read. I mean, some even have longer than that, I believe.
Yeah, I think it's up to.
Up to 10.
Yeah. Some towns have longer. I mean, we could do shorter. That's something.
Well,
Yeah.
how long does it take the oysters to
2 years.
from seed to?
That's why we did.
Typically
2
18 to
years.
24 months.
So let's look at this.
That's why the original one was 2 years.
So if this process goes on and it's not the pilot, right, so we do the pilot, it's crazy successful, and we start doing it in other areas of town, the first license that someone's going to get is going to be a 2-year.
Correct.
Yep.
Is that, and I'm talking to you guys more than, is that what we want? And-
After the pilot program, first person gets a 2-year?
Well, every first person is going to get a 2-year.
Yeah.
Because we
I-
thought 2 years, you'd
Okay.
know if they're serious
I was gonna say,
doing it, right?
Yeah, that
If
you don't
had
hold it up
oysters
for
at the
5
end.
years if
Yeah.
someone takes it out and doesn't do anything.
And if we do open it up to a new area, now we've got a new set of challenges, a new thing,
Yep.
parameters to look at, so 2 years is probably the
So
best.
I'm fine with that. What about the 5-year renewal? Should that be 4 years or 3 years, or should people come before us a little bit more frequently than half a decade?
What if you have a bad storm in year 3 or something like that? You might want to...
Well, it doesn't mean you don't get the renewal, it just means, I mean, let's say you give somebody the 2-year, and then they get a 5-year renewal, and then something goes south in just the whole...
Well, there are other rules.
Yeah, there's.
Yeah, but can it be revoked?
Here.
I
Yes,
didn't read...
it can be
With extreme
revoked.
violations, it can be.
Right, so it can't just be
Taken back.
taken away unless you can put a moratorium on new ones,
Right.
but you can't just,
You can only take it away if they violate the
Right.
terms of the
I think per
license.
MGL, it's like 3 consecutive years of violations. I
Yeah.
believe, I forget what the actual,
and again, I'm talking to the board in terms of, what do you guys think about a 5-year renewal as opposed to a shorter year renewal?
I think 5's okay.
I'm all right with 5.
I think you need time to get your business going.
Right.
And I
What do
think
you
they're
think?
based on industry standards, and it's on the low end of other businesses. So I think that the homework's been done on it.
Okay, are you,
And I think if somebody's messing up and they're not doing their thing, then they're either going to
so they're
turn
gonna
it
have
back in, or
well, they're
we're
gonna
going to
have at least for
violate
5 years.
Unless they violate it.
Unless they violate.
Right,
Right.
Okay,
right.
with a strong advisory committee that they can hope to, hopefully ensure that each individual farmer is doing what they're supposed to be doing, through the yearly review
Annual review.
process.
okay. All right, anyone have an issue with 4.2, the fees? Not an issue, comment? I think they're kind of out of our control, one of them is anyways. 4.3, the application process. That's where I wanted to change the 3-acre to 2-acre, it was in here
Yes.
somewhere.
I'd like
C.
to ask.
Yeah.
C.
Yeah, I'd like to ask a question, though. What's the implication of that, if any? To those,
the implication of changing it from
From 3 to
3 to
2.
2? Okay.
I think if you're looking at the entire town as a whole, it might hinder, I envision the possibility of a farmer applying for 2 acres in Briggs Harbor. Well, what if there's an opportunity for a companion farm in like the North or South River with floating gear? Then one could apply for a 3rd acre there. If you've already got your 2 acres in Briggs Harbor, then you can't do that. I think that it's my opinion that should be addressed in the pilot for this specific location where you decide 1 or 2 acres for the pilot program. In the regulations, it remained 3. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, so I think if we were gonna do 32 acres, which personally I don't think we're ever gonna do in that location,
I agree.
then maybe 3 would be reasonable, but if we only do 10 there and a couple somewhere else, then 3 is kind of a monopoly and it's probably unrealistic in our area.
I agree. I think that we know what our water resources, the potentials are. You guys gave us the maximum if we were going to do it. We all know from the feedback we've already gotten that isn't likely to occur. So I agree with Tony that I would rather have 2 in here. And as Ms. Connolly said, as we figure things out, we can go back and revisit it, but I'd rather start with a lower threshold to allow more people an opportunity, because there's not that much, we don't have 108 acres to work with.
Everyone good with that? All right, so let's change that to 2. Anything else in 4.3 that anyone found a comment on? 4.4? Public hearings, that seemed pretty straightforward. 4.5.
I just had a question in that section.
Yeah.
I don't know, was it council removed K? Which is when a licensing authority has approved a new license, they may request inspection by DMF.
Those were moved.
I don't know if that was just redundant to something else.
Yeah, it was redundant, was why I agreed it's redundant.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted,
It has to be done.
Okay.
It's completely redundant, yeah.
okay, thank you. That was my only question on that.
So the only question I had in here, which I'm not necessarily opposed to, but just want to make sure that this is what we agreed on, is that the Shellfish Advisory Committee will review and comment on all of the applications. Is that what we want? Okay. So
But they won't filter them, right? So they'll just review and all will go forward?
yeah, so they'll all come forward to us with a review and a comment. Maybe we got a cover sheet that says here's what we. Everyone's good with that?
Yeah, I think it's appropriate.
And all I would say is at that point in time, I think the committee's going to disperse and come together because conflict of interest will come into play and stuff like that, so.
I'm personally waiting for the time when you guys say it's the correct time.
It's very close.
Like 15 minutes.
As soon as we pass this. So we are on 4.6.
No, wait. I don't think, are we?
No.
I have a question on
Someone
G.
had another question.
Okay.
So licenses shall only be issued for land more than 150 feet from the mean high water line. This requirement, however, shall not apply in areas that are separated from the shoreline or mean high water line by guzzles or channels containing water at mean low water. So does this impact this particular area, the Briggs Harbor area that we're talking about?
I think it impacts
It'd be
it
150
positively.
feet.
Okay, so that's, I just want to double check with the guzzles and the channels and.
No.
Right, so that, from what I can gather,
Islands created out of.
or if you're in the North and South River,
Yep.
where
Yep.
you're going to be adjacent to marshland, you can't really put yourself 150 feet away from land. It's, guzzles and channels.
Okay, is that Mass General Law language or other regulation language? Where'd you get that?
The actual number was taken from looking at other people's regulations.
But it's just other regulations?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
the 150 feet, okay. Okay.
Anything else in 4.5? Okay, 4.6. Yeah, so I read, this is where the Scituate resident thing
Yep.
came into play,
I have
but
that
then it
too.
said, she recommended that we change, so the regulations say it can only be Scituate residents and goes through the guidelines of being that, but what she changed the language, and this is town council, to say that we have the ability to waive that. So it doesn't specifically say that Cohasset residents or any other resident can do there, it just says that the licensing authority has the ability to waive
But do we,
that.
No, that was your change. Yeah, you guys made.
Yeah, but she changed she changed the wording, I think.
but do we want to be more specific?
No, I'm sorry. Yeah. Go ahead, you.
What do you mean, Mara?
I think she wants to be more
So-
specific. Is that what she's asking, the town council?
No, so I'm asking my board, do we want to be more specific and designate a license to Cohasset in this regulation? If, call out the Briggs Harbor area, or, because that's some of the discussion that we've had as a means to be good neighbors,
I think this does it, but it's not,
Doesn't define.
it doesn't say, I mean, it allows us to do it if a Cohasset resident wanted to come in here.
But it
and
doesn't
I think if
really
you-
reserve one.
No, but if you leave it general like that, Mara, and then the area down the North and South River opens up, then now it becomes Marshfield residents, possibly, or Norwell.
But I think
You know,
that's the
so-
comment by council, is that because we don't have,
Wouldn't be up far enough for Norwell, Sean. You'd be down at the Marshfield then.
Well, I just, by
Anybody
by
can
not
do it.
putting that, and,
well, I think that's something that,
but we,
for the I'm sorry, Sean?
no, go ahead.
For the, I mean, to back to the point, is we're putting general regulations together for the entire waterways. And should we find in the course of exploring a pilot in Briggs Harbor that it is advantageous to both communities to designate a spot or two, then we can go back and revise the regulations to accommodate that or figure out the right mechanism. So I think having this open as an opportunity works, because we don't know what it's going to look like yet.
Right.
So I'd hate to put a
I disagree,
number.
though, only because I think you have to think about future boards and future people being here, and if this is going to be a partnership with that area of town, so we all sat up here and said that the recreational use of that area is important, right? Everybody agreed to that. So I don't understand why there would be a hesitation to designate at least, one license or whatever at a minimum to, not to hold it, but at least if someone comes forward and wants it, so that it is advantageous to somebody in that town as well.
And I agree with Karen in that can be part of the pilot. We could say, for this pilot, we're doing 5 acres, 4 for Scituate resident and 1 for a Cohasset resident.
Well, and didn't we talk about having a matrix to decide on a point basis what would make one application more advantageous than another? And I think if you put Cohasset in here, it's too specific to me, because if we do decide Hummerock, wherever, we'd have to go back and say, oh, well, Marshfield too. And I'm not sure we wouldn't entertain an application from someone not in a contiguous town.
Okay, so are we good leaving this the way it is? I know Maura would like to add.
I couldn't agree more with Mara, and I've said that right from the beginning, because some folks out there might disagree with me. I do happen to know the harbor a little bit, and it's gonna make somebody's job a lot easier to use those facilities. So I think you really, I might say as much as 50-50, depending upon what it is, depending upon the application. That some of those applications should come from Cohasset. You guys might disagree with me, but I think it's going to be a lot easier to do what you want to do using those facilities. And
We represented to Cohasset at that meeting that they were going to be
an opportunity
for them, so I think you need
Okay.
regulations to spell that out, so they are aware that we are leaving opportunities for them. Again,
But that's what this does,
all right, as long as
in this guideline, in my opinion. So
Well, we should vote, because in my opinion,
Yep.
it doesn't, and it doesn't sound like in Sean's opinion it does either.
that's what we'll do. So who wants to leave it the way it is? Or
Can I
any
just
last
one more
comment?
comment on that? I mean, I agree that, you know, it's good faith. We all know that we want to be good neighbors and we need to cooperate to make this a venture that works. I would hesitate to go more than, you know, to put in here and, I mean, I don't know how we would even phrase it, but, you know, should Briggs Harbor be a site, a location, one license will be set aside for Cohasset. I wouldn't want to go above one, because we don't know if it's going to be 5. We don't know if it's going to be, that's part of the whole.
You could
But
put language in along the lines of, should aquaculture be approved in Cohasset Harbor, Briggs Beach, whatever you want to call it, the board reserves the right to issue licenses to residents of the town of Cohasset, period.
What he said.
I think it needs to be in there.
That's going to be the whole conversation that, if this goes forward, that we're going to have with Cohasset about access and.
Cohasset doesn't care that much about a license. Cohasset doesn't want it, period.
No, that's not entirely true.
I believe.
But I think his, so,
I don't know,
that language is
I don't
good.
think it's necessary, but I don't know. I think you'd call them with it either.
But then again, we want this to be general enough that if all of a sudden DMF comes and approves the waters by Tucket, and then now, you know, we gotta have something in there for Marshfield, and I
No,
would say,
the regulation does say Cohasset.
well, then there better be another paragraph, you know, I know, you know what I'm trying to accomplish here. If we border a town, we wanna make it, we wanna be good neighbors, we've all said that, to, you know, and who knows, if we find something up in.
Maybe contiguous.
We haven't had any conversations
Like
out with Marshfield about
Right.
this, period. Those are not open
All right.
for shellfish right now. We have had
Then they could be-
conversations with Cohasset. It has been represented in public meetings that we would make spaces available to Cohasset.
All right.
Not to downplay these, but these are regulations. They're not, it's not a bylaw.
It's gonna be
So
all-
if the circumstance changes, it's a Board of Selectmen's meeting to change the regulations. But I think we, again, in public meetings, represented that there would be opportunity for Cohasset to participate if they wish, and the board would reserve the right to make that available. I think, as, you know, we need to keep our word and put something in the regulations that memorializes that.
That is what this sentence does.
So moved.
This sentence that's already in there.
No, it doesn't.
Of course it does.
No, it doesn't.
Well, it doesn't say Cohasset.
All it says
This
is that
gives
the
us the
licensing
power to do
authority
that.
reserves the right to waive the residency requirement. But you, I mean, I know it can be adjusted, you know, on the flip side, but I just,
Well, I think it's all how we implement the pilot program and how we advertise it and how we, you know, make sure that people in Cohasset know that our regulations would allow them to have licenses should they so desire. And, you know, that it says right in our regulations that we can reserve the right to waive the residency requirement. And I think that applies for any waters in the town. And I think we make it very clear to Cohasset that they're welcome to participate in the process, especially in the pilot program. And that is an act of good faith, in my opinion.
well, to Jim's point, in the public meeting that we all sat in, it was committed to them.
And when there's a document that comes out that says, here's the pilot program for Briggs Harbor, then it will say something.
Like, so we all don't agree, so why don't we take a vote? Or else we're gonna sit here until midnight arguing about
Let's not do
one
that.
sentence.
I just had one suggestion. Is there, so if I'm getting this correctly, we want to make sure that we are good neighbors to either town, and we're not sure whether there will be possibilities for Marshfield. Could we put wording in there that said that if there's a body of water that is approved for licenses, that a border town, you know, that border another town, then we would accept applications from that neighboring town? Would that make it?
I'd like
Sort of
that.
like a,
So you want to take this sentence out?
He wants to expand it.
to expand.
To replace
So
that.
that it's a little more specific, but
We get
not
it.
so
Okay, so the
specific. It would
licensing-
include either
That's
Cohasset
what
or
he-
Marshfield.
The licensing authority reserves the right to waive the residency requirement to all abutting communities. Just add to all
But
abutting
not-
communities.
To Karen's point, not somebody from Worcester that's very, very good at this?
I personally
didn't
don't
say
agree that
Worcester.
I don't think that should happen. I think if you poll most towns.
We got,
Zip it.
I mean, someone from Norwell?
South Scituate.
No, yeah, so now we're talking about a policy decision.
This
So
is
there's-
a guideline. This allows us, this one sentence allows us to do everything we're talking about.
I would like to suggest that we leave this sentence, because I think you're right, from a policy standpoint, it makes sense that if somebody from Hull came in and they were fabulous and they wanted to do it, and we thought they made the right fit. But I do think that the commitment was made, and perhaps we add the sentence that he said, that Jim said so eloquently.
And I think there was some.
To acknowledge.
Access issues over there as well.
To-
That require us to be a little bit more,
Do you want to vote or do you want to talk?
make a motion.
I move that the section 4.6 subsection D remain intact, and the sentence be added at the end that says, the town, what did you say?
Write it down?
I did.
She's good.
Should Iowa to be approved in Briggs Harbor, the board reserves the right to issue licenses to Cohasset residents.
License with the parentheses around the S.
License and then it asks.
Oh,
for
parens,
license
yes.
or licenses,
Yeah.
depending upon. how
So it could be singular.
So it can be a singular.
Sorry, I missed that. I
If
was
you
writing.
approve 5, Cohasset gets 1. If you approve 10, they get 2, whatever. the case may be.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made, second by Ms. Curran, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. 4-1, it passes. Okay, moving right along. The 4.7, so that, we already discussed the 5-year renewal, and you guys were all good with that. Anyone have any issues in 4.7?
Nope.
5.0, 5.1.
Hold.
Go ahead, Bill.
Tony, it says that 2 people can have the license. It should only be 1. The one person can transfer it to his family members, but not outside the family. If you have 2 people that can ping pong the license, and it'll never come back to the town to be reissued to a new candidate.
Brings up a good point. We talked about this at one point. The response was partnerships going into it, like a company joining and they're between 2 partners. That's the counter side to that argument. I don't know, what do you guys think?
Yeah, that is a good point. I hadn't thought about the transferability portion of it, but I do think that from a practical standpoint, when we talked about it, that if A and B are partners, and because it's...
One has to be the controlling issue.
Well, it doesn't have to, but we could change the language so that you can only do it once. So you've got 2 partners, like partner A and B are together and partner A leaves. You can't bring in a partner C and then B leaves and then bring in a partner D and C, you could say there's one time to transfer to a partner.
Original licensees will only be replaced, something like
Yeah.
that, yeah.
If you do that, the license is never going to come back to go on the list.
Well, in the
for
scenario that I
a
said, where you keep bringing in another
right.
second partner, we'll say you can't do it, you can only do it, the original 2 partners is it, you can't bring in another one.
Or limit then, no.
Why would you need 2 partners on a license?
It's a company.
Sometimes it's a-
They don't have to be licensed.
So I'm gonna, let's just talk through me, there is, there is a good point, that there could be a partnership for investment purposes, or for time purposes, or whatever it happens to be. How does the board feel about this?
I think it's a valid point. I think it's just, maybe there's some wording that we can add to protect that ping pong, effect that has been described. I'm just trying to look at it.
Sue, can we add language in here that says something that, and it can only be transferred to a partner once? or something along.
The board doesn't even allow transfers though, correct? Only to
Well,
family members.
Family members, right. So
Or
the-
let's say another partner cannot be brought in.
Well, no, think about this I think Jamie's got a good point. So Jamie and Sue come in as a partnership and they get a license. They're the only ones recognized on that license. They cannot transfer,
Outside.
they can't transfer anyway.
Down or adjacently within a family.
Right, so you could give it to your son, you could give it to your son.
Right.
But you couldn't leave and bring somebody else in
Correct.
because their name's not on the
In the
license.
existing parameters of our regs.
Just one name comes off the license if the person leaves, right?
Well, we could say
It would be
any
one person
change
license.
It
of,
becomes a one-person
You
license.
should be able to, you definitely should be able to transfer it to your partner.
Yeah, if
I mean,
one left, you keep the whole thing.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
I would
It's-
hope.
it remains one person.
Otherwise it would, yeah.
Then
Or
what
entity.
happens?
So it wouldn't be a transfer then.
No,
Yeah,
just-
No, it would be a
transfer,
change
you
of
have one
license.
person on the
License.
license instead of two.
Then that person left can pass it down to his son, daughter.
Right, but
Something
can't
like that.
transfer because
Okay.
that was taken out.
Right.
So, I'm trying to think.
so
how
maybe
this
what the
could e- how
language should be
ping pong
is
could even
no,
happen.
no name, whatever, the license, no individual license, I don't know if we even need, I don't even think we need to
I
say
don't-
it, because you can't do
I
it.
don't know how it's gonna happen. 'Cause,
Well,
I
let's
mean,
say-
for ping
let's say
pong-
Maura and I have it.
Ping pong's only gonna happen if a lot of people
So,
start dying.
so you leave and Lorraine decides to be your new partner, you have to come in and get a new license,
Right.
Correct.
because it's a new entity.
What number do you want? Because we're not giving a license, we're giving
5.1.
licenses to individuals, we're not giving
5.1
a
on
license
page
to
7.
like a
To a
limited partnership or a
corporation, right.
corporation.
Right.
So that's, I think, where the protection is, right?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
We're not.
No.
We're
License-
not, no, it's not a corporation.
License may be
It's an
issued
individual.
to up to 2 individuals.
Meeting the requirements.
At least we're not wealthy where they have 4 people on a license. That would be great.
Right, but so let's say
So
pilot's
then that-
over and you get a 5-year license and it's Susan and,
How about license authority will not recognize more than the 2 original licensees on one license?
That accomplishes it.
So then if, but what about if someone passes away and inherits?
Yeah, so that would be
It's-
the
that's
that would be a
allowable.
transfer.
Because that's,
right, right,
that's
right,
not an original person, the original person's dead.
Right.
In
original,
that scenario.
original person or approved.
Which just says
transfer.
that you can transfer. Because if the person passes away with the language the way it is anyways, saying you,
That would be under the inheritance.
Inheritance, it's under
Right.
inheritability.
so I think licensing authority will not recognize more than 2 people as licenses on anyone.
Yeah, but then look at number 3,
Each person is licensed.
5.1C.
Use- Each person is licensed to.
Oh, yeah.
Each person who is licensed to use an area of aquaculture must acknowledge and approve the addition of any person who subsequently applies to be included in that license.
That needs to
Under
be-
our
Oh, that
rules.
needs to be
Take that right
taken
out.
Yeah, we don't.
That doesn't make any
That
sense.
doesn't make any sense.
That only makes sense
Because that's what the
if
transfer-
you take a license and then decide later you want a partner.
That's the problem.
Right. I
C-
mean, one
C
can
needs
still
to
have
be
a partnership
taken
with
out.
someone who's not on the license. You can still have a partnership with somebody. They're just, you know.
Well, that's Bill's point.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
So-
correct, so C is taken out, stricken.
So if we remove C,
C needs to be stricken.
Yeah.
Sorry, I did a word search on transfer. That didn't have transfer in it. Got rid of all the
Change A and
transfer.
B and eliminate C.
Right, we're eliminating, we just eliminated C.
C's gone.
5.1C.
But there is no way under our rules and regulations currently that you can have a ping pong effect, seeing as how the board will not allow transferability but for inheritability. There's just no, I don't see
I think
any
it's
The only
scenario in
thing
which
is-
you could do that.
No, it's not.
okay, so remove,
What if you said the original license may be issued up to 2 people?
no, it doesn't make sense.
And then it says the licensing authority will not recognize more than 2 people as the licensees on any one license. So once you get the license the first time, those are your two names. That's it. Until that license.
Something happens with one of those names, then that other person holds it individually.
Right.
After that, the only thing you can do is move down or within his immediate
Reapply.
family.
Or give it back, and then it's an
That's
original
right.
license again.
Yes, good, yeah, right. So we want to accomplish that.
Alright.
But if you do that, Tony, when you reissue to the second party, are the two people on the second
It
license?
it's it's a new license again, so it could be.
Right, but it could be according to this.
Yeah, you could have another partnership. Jamie does it, then he's moving to California, he gives up his license, and all of a sudden, there's a new license available, and, you know, the two of you want to do it. So it'd be a whole new license with two people, but it could
You'd be
be.
on the list,
Yeah.
waiting.
I'll ask the chair.
Yes.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. The video's gonna be running out because it's only works for 4 hours.
Well, the DVD fills up at 4 hours, so I just need to change it. So I don't know if you want to take a break or finish.
How long does
your,
it take to do
10
that?
minutes. At one point, or she can just do it, we can continue the
Yeah,
meeting.
you change it, we'll keep going, and
Okay.
just pick it up when. Does everyone agree with that? I don't want
Yes,
to.
yeah.
I didn't want to stop you.
Yeah.
I'll hold all my thoughts for 10 minutes.
And in conclusion, I move
So if we
to
do not, right, let's not get hung up on this. We know what we
Okay.
want to accomplish,
Right.
and can you try and come up with some language
The
for that?
original license. I think we did it with what you just said, the original license and then striking 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ask a question?
Yes.
It's related to this. At the Cohasset meeting, they brought up this privatization legislation that seems to supersede this, and I spoke to Susan about it, maybe if you can add some.
That's different.
Yeah, it's the color bill.
bill.
It's going nowhere.
It's not a privatization, it's a transferability,
Yeah.
which they were concerned that it could get transferred and all. It's in committee, hasn't even had a hearing.
And how does that affect what we're planning?
Unless it gets enacted at, may I? Unless it gets enacted by the state, it won't impact us at all. If for some reason, you know, a year from now, the governor in his wisdom decides that that's to go forward, then we will be, I believe, and this, I'd ask council, but I would believe we would be subject to Mass state law. Oh, actually, I printed
Yeah, because I agree with Tony, mine's not,
You have
You
a
have
copy,
it, Karen.
you have a copy of the town
You have the
council
right one.
version in your packet.
No, I think I gave you,
Oh, really?
well, I printed this off from the computer.
That's not the current one.
Oh, okay, so Jamie, what does yours say, F?
yeah,
This one
Tony,
reads, if an existing license becomes available during a LGST, which is a license granting a suspension term, the licensing authority may make such license available to members of the pre-qualified list.
Okay,
Period.
fine.
Okay, that's what
That's
it
what I
should
thought.
say.
She says available to a members of. So
I know, I'm gonna, the
Typos.
typos, I'm gonna
Okay.
fix the typos.
Shall be arranged in chronological order.
So-
First, wait. While the most recent having the first opportunity to receive a license and the most recent approved license being placed at the bottom of the report. So that's not what I thought.
well, he just,
That's
This is
5.5 now.
5.5
Older
is-
version.
I have it, older,
You have the current one.
okay.
Right, so she pretty much took what was in 5.4F and then kind of rearranged it in 5.5B, but if you guys are comfortable with that, then it could be stricken.
So do we feel that we're not ranking everybody right off the bat? We're taking 5 people, and then everybody else is, they still
In the
have their
pool.
ranking, but they still have their comments, but they're just still in the pool.
All equal to one another, not necessarily, there's no.
Well, the board may take into consideration that this one and this one are equal, and this one's been in it longer, and I'm gonna make their vote that way, but we're not creating a list of your next, your next, your next.
Are we going to stand, are we going to establish criteria for how we pick from that list?
The board would have to do that.
Okay, but we don't need it in these regulations.
Well, it says it's up to us how we pick the person.
Okay, I'm comfortable with that.
So do we agree that there's not a chronological pre-qualified list that is you're number 7, you're number 8, you're number 9.
Yes.
Yep. So we need to strike that language.
Your only striking is shall be arranged in chronological order.
Yep.
With the oldest.
With the
Are there any-
oldest.
Mr. Chair, do you want to ask if there are any comments on that? 'Cause it might, I don't know if anybody will object to that.
No, actually, we're.
Okay.
There.
So it'll, yeah, it'll say the pre-qualified list.
Shall include
Shall include licensed applicants. Yep, period. Verbatim.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions on 5.5? How about 6.0? Six point 1, 2, 7.0. Eight. Eight point one.
Yes.
Old.
Old.
What do you got?
This is with regard to the float and the shanties. In the meeting, you said that none would be allowed. And there was somebody who said that they wouldn't be allowed on any basin that empties out, that they would sit on the ground, and that's not, hasn't been included. And previously you said that there wouldn't be any shanties or floats used in the Bassing's Beach area.
Correct.
That was at the October 29th meeting.
Yep. How is that, how is that in these regulations?
Well,
I think that's isn't that a town of Scituate? I don't think that's a regulation here. I think that's a,
no, it's,
David, what is that, a 91A permit or so, or O'Brien?
10A. 10A would be the float.
And that is through the Army Corps, who's that through? To Tony's point. All right.
Running down the North River today.
But Tony, you're right. I don't think that's...
If I can add to that, the discussion that was had was, again, these regulations are for all of Scituate waterways, not just Bassing's Beach. And specific to an application to Bassing's Beach in that particular area, then the neighbors were against any kind of a float or a shanty, which personally I disagree with handicapping somebody to try to make their living. It's like telling a farmer he can use a tractor but he can't run, but they'll figure a way to get around it, I'm sure. So, but in other areas, you're gonna need that. You're gonna, you know.
But is
whatever
that,
reason they were concerned about a shanty or a shed up there.
yeah, but what's the law, the bylaw now that says you can't do it in that area because it can't be grounded? That's what
Well,
somebody said.
it's not that it can't be, it's like trying to put one of these floats in the harbor or in the river. You'd need the permission from the harbor master. All right, so I think this wouldn't
I
be...
believe on the float, when you do a dock and a float, it cannot, the float cannot ground out. They put legs on them to maintain 2 feet, I believe it is, between the float and the bottom. So it can stop, but it can't ground out. There's a difference. And Army Corps, I believe Army Corps says that.
But to his point, so if you put legs on a shanty, you could have it in that Bassing Beach area?
No, because the neighbors were concerned about a float in or a shanty, number one. Number two was protection. If a storm came, where are you gonna put that? You're not gonna tow it back to Scituate. And I'm not seeing too many open arms about letting somebody bring it into Cohasset, but.
No, but there was specifically somebody...
But maybe I can bring it to Bill's house, I can put it up in the creek and we can use it there. I don't know.
Somebody said that there was a reason why this couldn't happen.
As my partner.
oh, physical reason why you couldn't do it?
There's a reason why, somebody said you can't do it there anyways because of blah, blah, blah.
But I think there's two things. I think we have to have the regulations that are townwide. Now, the question I think for the board is, are we comfortable, and it comes to what, was promised, is are we comfortable in dealing with that, the specifics of Briggs when we deal with the pilot, where the board would say, Yeah, we're not going to do that. We're not going to allow those. Or do we need to deal with them here?
If it's in your rules and regulations that you can have it, then somebody's going to press you to have it.
Yes, you can have it, yeah.
Well, if it's got to be approved by the harbor master according to the Army Corps of Engineers, right? That's what you're saying, right? Are we protected with that there?
Not necessarily, because the harbor master can approve it without having to come back and tell you.
Well, then maybe we just.
Could we put it in?
Let's just put it in there.
It's there for cosmetic reasons, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Somebody,
Well, it's like,
the harbor master's going to say you can't do it anyways because you can't have one that grounds itself. I believe that's what he said.
I don't know for sure,
You
so.
said that too.
Would we entertain putting
It
in,
had to be continually floating.
it'll be hard in that area.
Yeah, very hard.
So it's a moot point, because it's not gonna happen then.
Right, to that, but then to Bill's point, would the board consider, or is it even necessary to add another point that says, like Jim's language, should Briggs Harbor prove to be an agriculture center, that no floats or shanties will be allowed? Do we want to go that far and put that in here?
Yeah, I think you have to be site-specific, because to David's point, you might be able to do it down on the North or South River.
Well, I know, no, but
So-
it would have to be, like, just like we did with
Site-specific, right.
with the residency.
Another suggestion is, I don't think anywhere in the document it refers to all of these things of site-specific. So maybe if you add a thing that says site-specific policies will be appended to the document, and then when we get to Briggs Harbor, we can cover.
That's a good idea.
Because I think there's a lot of things, there's the whole thing with the buoys and everything else, but it's
Right.
never covered in there that Briggs Harbor may be different than North River. So just a general statement that says, you're gonna have policies per site.
And you'd have to open the regulations again.
Yeah, I think that's the challenge.
Why don't we do that?
That's actually a really good
You
idea.
know, just be, like, you would add an amendment page to,
Right.
or have sites.
That the licensing authority will consider addending site-specific requirements or something.
We'll consider, okay.
Can I make an alternate suggestion, which would avoid opening up the regulations again? In section 3 of this section, it talks about docks, floats permitted, blah, 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 blah. You could just add a sentence saying, notwithstanding the foregoing, no dock or float shall be permitted in the Briggs Harbor location. That's an easy way to do it, and that's what I thought we agreed, or you all had proposed.
I don't remember agreeing to that.
That no docks or floats would be in Briggs Harbor?
That
I
was
do.
the whole shanty
Yeah.
discussion.
Yeah, I do. But somebody said you can't do it anyways.
And it was the harbor master guy.
Yeah. Yes.
I think there's some confusion, Brian Kelly, 61 Collier Road, I think there's some confusion between a shanty and a 10A dock. A 10A dock is in Massachusetts general law, section 10A, it defines what the floating dock is. A shanty is something, for example, Island Creek uses where they're shucking oysters. It's a small house. I think that there's some confusion. The people in Cohasset and North Scituate were concerned about shanties, small houses being set up for shucking stations, as opposed to a 10A floating dock, which is like a mooring. It's just a floating dock that has multiple boats tied to it. So a shanty is not a 10A float. I don't see a problem with a 10A float. Falls under the jurisdiction of not only the harbor master, but the Department of Marine Fisheries, DEP, and also the Army Corps of Engineers. And it's defined as a temporary floating dock, which can be removed at any point.
Question is, where are you going to put it when the storms come?
No, that's not the question. The question is shanty versus a 10A
To
dock.
Brian's point, shanty isn't even referenced in this language at all. It just all talks about a float. So,
An equipment shed would be the same thing as a shanty.
Yeah.
A small version.
Well, it's not a 10A dock.
On a dock.
Equipment shed,
One second.
not a 10A dock.
Let's just get out of.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, I appreciate, yeah.
Can I just, all right, to Brian's point, I'm gonna put a 10A dock out there, and a few months later, I'll go out with some lumber and I'll put a shack on top of it. I mean,
It's no longer than a 10A dock.
it's not, it doesn't, it's still, all right,
How big
okay.
is a 10A dock?
Typically,
It
it's
is
a,
this, but is it really this? It could be any size, it could be 10 feet.
I don't have the answer. Well, I'm sure it's somewhere in the regulation, I don't have that handy.
Would the harbor master allow that to happen in Scituate Harbor?
We have them in Scituate Harbor, I'm sorry.
We do?
Yeah, we do.
So I like her idea about having a whole nother section
No,
for,
tonight,
Yeah,
Karen has to.
that I know, but we don't have, he wouldn't allow that anywhere in the harbor, would he? So, you know,
I like the idea of putting general acknowledgement.
South Scituate.
okay, so it's 11:30, so we're gonna try and move along. I do like the idea of having specific addendums to different areas, because I think that's realistic in what we're doing here. And I do think we need to get this whole shanty thing taken care of, because we did say that there wouldn't be it there, and I don't think we have the answer in this room. So we're gonna skip this section and get that resolved tomorrow. And we're gonna get the rest.
Should we add the sentence about what did you say? Yeah, specific site.
I think let's talk to the harbor master first, and then we can do that. I don't care what the solution is. I think there's gonna be some solution that says shanties aren't gonna go in that area. He's gonna say you can't do it because...
No, I was just thinking from a macro standpoint, from a policy standpoint, that, you know, let's say 10 years from now, we're going up some creek, you know, we're gonna wanna look at those specific needs and stuff, to kind of...
But that would be specific to that area. Like, I think you could put a shanty, I don't know. If it doesn't go down to zero water...
Right, but I'm not just talking about floats and shanties, I think the macro thing, you know, that all of it could, I don't know, it's 11:30.
Okay. So we'll get back on that point. So we're on 8.3.
8.1G.
8.1G.
The problem with no shell shall be offloaded, but in 8.0-4, you have that a catch could be put to recover shells. There's a conflict in those two statements.
Which two?
8.0-A-4 is saying you can have a catch, and 8.1G says no shell shall be offloaded. So which is it?
Overboard of the float.
Overboard.
Or of the shanty.
Plant?
The idea that there aren't going to be any shells on an oyster farm is, I mean, that's kind of impossible. This was in reference to like shucking off of the shanty.
Right.
And throwing shells.
Throwing
Right.
overboard, so you have like big piles and everywhere, you know.
So what does 8.04 mean? Is that the one you were referring to?
Is that what you're talking
It
about?
says you could have a catch
Oh, the
to recover seedlings.
Plant
Mulch.
mulch is,
A bag?
yeah,
Is that- what's
it's
the-
if you're attempting to not purchase seed from a hatchery, but
Make your own.
make your
Grow it
own,
on your own.
Grow your own.
which I think should be allowed. I mean, I don't think it would work out there, it's just too, volatile.
Probably work for the Belmont oysters. In Duxbury, they take what look like Japanese lanterns.
Exactly.
And they find mesh, and they dip them in a very liquid cement. And they put them out to catch the seed.
That's mulch.
Right.
And it could work out there, but we won't know, until we try it.
So you can get the French oysters reproducing there for sure.
Okay, so we're
But I
gonna,
guess,
I'm
I
gonna
don't
try
think
and
it's a
just
conflict.
grab, control this meeting for a second. So, we're all set with that part, right?
Okay.
So now we're on
8.4.
Yep.
The original inclusion said that the farmer would have exclusive use of the water flats and creeks. It's left off the revised edition. Why?
What letter?
A.
A.
Because we were asked to strike it at the last Board of Selectmen meeting.
But that's an important point, because if the farmer has exclusive use of the land, the flats, and the creek, then nobody else can go over that area. That has to be cordoned off, and no boats can, kayaks, or anybody else can go over that acre of land.
Right, that's why it was struck.
But it was
But
stricken.
in your prologue, you have in the first paragraph, or the second paragraph, that they have exclusive use of the area.
I believe it
Oh,
means to
first
take,
and second.
To take shellfish.
To take shellfish.
So no one else can take shellfish.
Right.
No, it says exclusive use of the land, the water, and the flats.
to take shellfish.
No, it doesn't say that.
Well, that's what mine says.
What number are you looking at, Karen?
A4A.
Or general, commercial, or recreational shellfish harvesting.
He's talking about the prologue.
Is he talking about the?
last sentence of 1.0, these regulations govern licenses issued for the exclusive use of designated area for agriculture. I think you missed. And that, I think, needs to be modified.
Then it says, do not govern permitting for general, commercial, or recreational shellfish harvesting. So what it's specifying is these regulations are for shellfish aquaculture.
Right.
That's it.
The exclusive use of the water.
It's not talking about
If you can't go
access.
in within the boundaries of that acre of property.
These regulations govern licenses issued for the exclusive use of designated area for agriculture and do not govern permitting for general, commercial, or recreational shellfish harvesting.
You have other regulations that are
Right.
recreational shellfish.
So,
And it comes off of the Mass General Laws 130, Section 57.
What if
I
we took
think
out
if
the
you
word
took out
exclusive?
"and," if you just stop the sentence before "and," I think it means exclusive use for aquaculture.
That's not what the state regulation calls for.
This isn't referencing a state reg though, is it?
Right, well, the state
This
doesn't,
one prologue.
State has primary control, and you can expound upon the regulations if you want to make them stricter, but the state is the basic.
yes.
Right.
There's also, just to add to the confusion, later on in the same prologue, so the prologue might be a little work, it says, "The right of public navigation through a licensed area shall not be infringed," so we're good so far,
Infringed upon.
"except in areas containing structures that are approved and properly marked." And we had spoken over at the October 29 meeting about kayaks and paddleboards for over and all of that. So I don't think that quite works either. Those two pieces are sort of at odds with the section Bill was just reading from.
Well, structures in this case
Is
are
the
18
18
inches off
inches
the,
off the
the ground. So, you don't want to be kayaking over them when it's 2
At
feet.
low tide.
At
You'll
low
only be
tide.
infringed at low tide.
At low tide, but for the rest of the time, you can kayak over them because you're not infringing on them or, in danger either. A lot of water down there.
I think you have to keep that because you don't want a powerboat going, with the engine going right over your tracks. I mean, we're trying to coexist here.
Problem is, there's already a function in that area, and now you're trying to put a second function overlaying it.
And we're going to share the area, Bill.
Share.
Go on, David.
Well, let's focus on, oh, sorry, Chair.
And the other part is that if any damage happens to these traps or cages or whatever you want to call them, there's trickle damages have to be paid by the person who does the damage.
Where is
according
that
to state
stated?
law.
Where is that stated?
Right here. Okay.
What's the document you're looking at?
Mass General Law.
That's just Mass General Law.
Chapter 130, Section 57.
Did you guys want?
Just read what it says.
I'm not going to read it in the
can't even find the triple damages, but.
See what David's got to say. He usually.
David?
With all due respect, it's 180 acres of water out there. We're discussing 15 maybe. If someone can't figure that out, then they have a problem. I want to make sure that this isn't, we're not operating in a thimble here. It's 180 acres.
I don't think so, David.
It's 180 acres, Bill.
Okay.
It's 180 acres.
If you look at the map.
It's
you're
180
supplied.
acres.
Okay, I'm gonna, so it's getting late. So, and I hate to have you guys wait and not finish this, but I don't think we're gonna finish it.
Well, this isn't a Ten Commandments
Yeah.
either. I mean, that it can be fixed,
Right,
right? We can be here all night arguing,
right.
but if we get to a point where we adopt them, and then we realize we've made a mistake here or there, we go back and we fix them.
Right, but if they're pointing out potential inconsistencies, we want to get it right. I mean, we
Try
put
to
this much
out of the
time
gate.
in. Just wait one second, we're gonna, so, I'm more concerned with, like, one sentence not contradicting another one as opposed to, the content
But
of
isn't
it.
that why we had Cindy review these? Isn't she our town council that looks for inconsistencies in legal documents?
Yeah.
Yep.
And she cleaned up a lot of it.
We pay people a lot of money to do this.
Yeah.
Well, ultimately, if we're comfortable with the language, then that's all. We can listen to you, and we have, and we are. But if we're comfortable with this, then we can just move on.
I would suggest we do strike exclusive from the first paragraph, because I think that is confusing, and I don't think
It's in the
it.
state law.
Pardon me?
It's in the state regulation.
That we have to have exclusive?
That exclusive, yes.
Oh, all right, and let's leave
But it
it.
says for aquaculture.
Right. Okay, well, then that's why the attorney left it in.
It does not stop people from walking on your farm. We've actually had this issue in Dennis this past season.
Yeah.
And it was made known that the only reason why you couldn't go through the farm is if you had a dog. But if you were walking through
That's a good rule.
by yourself,
You just can't walk through
stop. You
and
can't-
take oysters.
Exactly.
Right.
You cannot do that.
I'm
And that
comfortable
is
plowing through it. I have only one more question, and that's my list.
You cannot take a lobster out of a lobster pot either.
All right, does anyone have any more questions on the board? Karen, you have one?
Only thing I wanted to add was under 9.5, subsection A, last sentence, it says, in a book devoted solely to the records. I would like to add or an electronic, or a, I don't know what the language would be, an electronic file. It just seems a little archaic not to have the option
Yeah.
of digital records.
Agreed.
A book or
We-
digital
we
records.
intend to do that.
Yeah.
Available online, transparency.
Yeah, I mean, it's similar to meeting minutes and whatnot. You put them online, but then you also have to have a copy. at
Right,
your
or in a
house.
book
So-
and or.
Right, so you're gonna have
yeah.
both copies.
That just seemed a little silly.
Yep, good addition.
Okay,
That
so
was
I'm
it.
gonna, so is the board comfortable with everything else in this document?
With the addendums, yes.
Yes. Okay, so I'm gonna let everybody pick your biggest thing that you have, that you want us to take a quick look at, and then we're moving on. So, Bill, I'll give you one more.
Okay, on 8.8, the marking of the boundaries.
Give us a
Our
sec.
regulation calls for an 18-inch marker from the level
Above the
surface
surface.
up. And the state regulation calls for it to be visible. At high tide, it wouldn't be visible, so it needs to be above the surface, and it needs to have a sign on it with the identification numbers of the license number for that plot.
Highlights the sign.
Is that, what's your question?
That it's not compliant with Mass General.
We're saying 18 inches from the ground,
Yeah,
and at high tide, that's not going to be visible, and the state law calls for it to be visible.
18 inches from the ground, but it's gonna float, right?
Is that 8.8B?
It's a hole in the ground.
Oh, the sign itself, yeah.
Yeah, it would be below the
Bill, are you referring
Shall
to,
be visible at mean low tide only.
8.8 what? A or B?
B.
B?
8.8.
Each boundary
B.
shade. Plastic all the time.
18 inches above the surface of the
So that'd
area.
be the same height as the trap, as the cage.
Yep.
So the sign will only be visible at low tide, but buoys will be visible at any tide. So you've got yourself covered.
I would like to defer that to council. I think it's a good point, but that's something that we need her opinion on. We can't just,
Above the surface of what? Surface of the water sticks it out of the water. Surface
Water is a point.
at all times. Oh.
Should we just change the word
no, no, 18
surface to land?
Well, what is it?
It's the surface of the water, is it not?
So does the,
It's like a boot, could it be?
no, it's on the
is it-
surface
does
of
it
the
always stay above
licensed
the water?
area.
Does the sign always stay
No.
above? No. So it isn't surface of the water, it's from the
surface of the
ground.
licensed area, which is the ground.
Right.
We could say surface of the ground, and I think that would clarify.
Just say above the ground.
Surface of
Right.
Yeah, that,
I think
That
we
was-
talked about that. It's, when people see surface, they thought
think
water.
water.
I think they
Okay.
thought water rather than.
Okay. All right, anybody have any last comments? Yes. There's a-
On that area, I think I could not follow it for the life of me. I read it a few times, but I through this evening, that whole section about,
yeah, it's,
like these 18-inch posts don't require you to have buoys. So if you've got an acre, you've got your posts on the four corners, it doesn't say you have to have a buoy. You just have to have a post. Yeah, and with the license. I think that, I went through that, and I just think that just needs more. If you can make sense of it.
well, wasn't
And
that,
I think it's, and I think we come back to site specific.
yeah, because I think the conversation was we didn't want 4 buoys on every
Correct.
rack, because then the whole thing would be buoys.
Now it's
Yeah.
2 hours after high tide, and you're going over it in the kayak, and you're gonna just dump into these, bump into these posts. So these posts are gonna.
No, we have, the buoys
Post
are
is the same height as the rack.
Yeah. The post is the same as a hut.
Yeah,
The
but
most
there
you
might-
bump into
there
is
might
a
not
buoy.
There might not be a rack near the post, so you've got your acre with 4 posts, and you only, the first year, you don't need too many racks, because you have to make everything seeds or whatever. So
Right.
you only have a quarter of your acre with stuff in it, and now you've got these posts just kind of hanging out there for, and that are gonna get covered with seaweed and people that, can look over. I just think that that section
They address-
is not clear at all as to what we want, and it comes back to site-specific requirements.
Yeah.
So 8.8 points out the sign. 8.8B points out a sign at the corner of each plot, each acre, with the license number, denoted. It has to be 18 inches above the ocean floor. 8.9A1 says if any underwater hard structures or devices are used in the licensed territory, the boundaries of all such hard structures and/or devices shall be plainly marked with 12-inch orange sphere buoys at least at each corner of the acre plot to be attached and anchored with a 36-inch length of 1/8-inch tire cord from the top of any hard structure or device. So that means, that to me means that you would have signs at each corner that stick up 18 inches and have the license number and a 12-inch orange sphere buoy. Does that
In the
mean the same to you?
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing, I'm just saying it's not very well written.
Yeah.
I think it's very,
It's in a different section,
yeah, very
maybe?
confusing.
Maybe it should be in marking boundaries.
I mean, I
not
think
in-
it says what it intends to say. But maybe
To your point.
if you want.
Well, I think we can get into the site-specific.
Yeah,
Okay.
instead of 8.9, put it over to 8.8. The buoy.
I think it's fine. Okay, so at this,
Did you want to add site-specific policies in the appendix to the area?
that's what I was gonna ask. Do we want to take
The only outstanding thing I have.
the addendum, put actually addendum at the end that says, here's the things for Briggs Harbor, here's the things for North River, or whatever happens to be?
If that's what, yeah, if that's what neatens it up, yes.
I think so.
Or do you just put language in there that says site-specific policies will be addressed during the particular licensing, the applicant's process, and because you don't really know. I mean,
No, but we
we're
just-
gonna end
we
up
just
writing
did 2 or 3 of
site-specific
them.
for every single area in Scituate. It's gonna
I know,
be
but
another-
instead of it being added under 1A and 1B, it'll be, here's the Briggs Here's Passing Beaches, here's,
Oh, yeah, do as an addendum?
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So all the things that we added that were site-specific to Bassing's Beach will just be on this addendum.
Yeah. And not throughout the
Right.
document. Yeah.
Where are we gonna
That's
add
right.
that statement?
I don't think you have to add it. I think
Yeah, at the end.
you're gonna add addendum A, Bassing's Beach, and that's where you're gonna put the Cohasset language, that there's gonna be a license available to them. That's where you're gonna put the shanty language.
That's cleaner.
We already put the Cohasset language in the regulations for now. But I guess if there were more, we would do it. Yeah.
Well, we'll put it on there.
Yeah, well,
I think that's cleaner.
Okay. And I think, she has a good point in terms of the buoys, that we should declare what we want that area to look like in more English language instead of legalese stuff.
Well, again, that's where we talk about pilot.
Yeah.
And we iron out these things about, well, this is what this should look like, this is,
Okay.
Yeah, I think the language accomplishes it. It's messy, and I think we can fix it. I don't think it's contrary to what we are trying to accomplish.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Okay. So where do we go from here, board? Are we ready to pass these guidelines with the amendments?
I'd be happy to make that motion.
Yes.
Let's do that. Then,
I move that, do we have one? I move that the Board of Selectmen approve the Town of Scituate shellfish agriculture license regulations as presented tonight and as amended by this discussion.
Second.
second by Mr. Harris.
I'm sorry, I had a draft motion written contingent upon any further changes by town council, town administrator, and reviewed by the Division of Marine Fisheries.
Thank you, my computer went.
I just
So
wanna
moved.
Make sure we include that.
So moved.
Then I'll second it.
Second by Mr. Harris. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. So thank you all for all the work you put into this. The next discussions, which I will say will be after the holidays, in January, we'll start discussing the pilot program and get into, more of the nitty-gritty of location, space, size, and what that area will look like. And that's probably where we'll get that document more specific to that area, I think, and then we can add it to the guidelines.
And should we note that there will be likely openings in the committee in the interim?
Yeah, so I don't know how many people are on your committee that are going to actually apply for a license, but at this point, I would say you probably
need to resign.
need to
Thank you for your
resign.
So
service.
I intend to apply for a farm, so I would like to offer my resignation from the board.
Okay, just do it
Just put it in
in writing.
writing.
Yeah.
Sure.
Write something,
Waterways also, right?
yeah.
Waterways and shellfish.
Well, no,
I don't know.
yeah, waterways, you'd have to resign from,
I wouldn't think so. I
No,
don't think that's, but we're not,
Voting on
you
things?
decide.
yeah, it's not up to us.
We're not voting on it.
Okay, that's what I just
Yeah.
wanted to
Yeah.
make sure we're all
Yeah.
on the same page.
Right.
Yeah, because you
But if-
guys will actually be advising on who gets a license, and that's where that conflict
I would
is.
like to point out one thing, because there has been some chatter about whether it's ethical for me to have been on this position. I know you guys vetted that process. They want to point out that on the Mass State website that talks about disclosures and conflict of interest, that the Shellfish Advisory Committee specifically is used as an example for why someone from, my background, is allowed and should be allowed for this. I just wanted to point
So
that out.
I want to thank you, because without the expertise that you bring to it, it would have taken a lot longer than it took already. So don't feel bad about wanting to get a license. You help the
Right.
town get to the point where it has some guidelines in place. I don't know if you're going to get a license or not, but we're at a place where we have a program, so that's great.
I just want to thank you for your professionalism. You've taken a lot of hits the past couple of weeks, and personal hits, and I think you all admirably went forth in your charge to try to achieve a new industry for our town. And there are a lot of people out there that are excited about a Scituate oyster, so
That just,
just remember that,
that may not be on social media, is that what you're?
Exactly. So I just, thank you.
Thank you very much.
And thank you guys for making this happen.
Great.
So,
And to you neighbors, know that we're going to do it as best as we can so that it's successful and not disrupts too much.
And it's almost tomorrow.
Oh my God, my police that are
All right.
Have a nice holiday.
Thank you, Susan.
thank you guys.
Bye, Tim.
Goodness.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so,
I move to adjourn and sign.
yes, we're going to, let's get through the new business, simple stuff, and then we're going to...
How about a motion for the Voyage Restaurant? Little discussion, but he's done it in the past. Want a motion?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Yeah, we haven't done anything yet.
I'm sorry, okay.
Can I, excuse
Can we
me?
keep going?
All right, kids.
Okay, so it's getting late. There's a discussion and vote for a one-day wine and malt license for the Voyager. They are having a New Year's Eve party, and they want to get an extension of their license from 12 to 1 a.m. I think we gave this to them in the past.
I think
Does
so.
anyone have any issues with that?
No.
Can I have a motion?
Move to approve extending the Voyage restaurant hours on New Year's Eve until 1 a.m.
Second?
Second by Mr. Harris, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Can we do these license renewals next meeting?
I'm sorry, we can't, because we have liquor license requirements of the ABCC.
Just fly down them, can't we?
Yeah, so
All right.
everybody just take,
We can approve them as listed. I think it's
As
just reading
listed.
them
We
all.
don't have to read them
Oh,
all.
as listed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't you think, Jim?
just everybody take a look at them and make sure you don't have conflicts or have any issues with them.
They've all passed all inspections by police, fire, building, and Board of Health and are up to date on personal and real estate taxes. All required documents are intact and are on file in the Selectmen's office, just for the record.
They're on your list and they're good to go.
Yeah.
Could I start? Oh,
Chair, I just need to recuse myself from 2 of them.
well, you just do that.
So if we're just doing as listed, just recuse yourself on all.
Move the Board of Selectmen vote to renew the following restaurant all alcohol licenses for the year 2020 as printed on our agenda.
Second. You just gonna say all licenses, or you're gonna go through every category?
I do each category, oh, all licenses? One motion?
Yes.
All right, then I have to recuse myself on one. She has to recuse herself on something, so.
Just
that-
do,
Well, 3 of us is a quorum, right?
Yeah, we'll just recuse ourselves from the vote altogether.
From all of them.
Wait. I'm sorry, what was that?
I just don't, the other
All right.
two don't vote on any of them.
Somebody else make a
We don't
motion.
vote on all of them.
Does that mean, that means that Karen and I don't have to sit here and sign them all?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Now, wait a minute.
here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna pass them all, and then you guys are gonna pick the ones you wanna recuse yourself from.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, put a hold on, right?
Yep.
Almost.
Okay. Who's got the list?
I
So
have-
there's a motion to, which ones do you have to recuse yourself from?
Hatherley Country Club and Situate Harbor Yacht Club.
Okay, so a motion to move all of them except those 2. Which ones do you,
Almost the same thing as that. It's a Class 3 license.
all the Class 3 licenses?
No, it's just only one.
Which,
There's only 2, so it's just one Class 3 license.
okay,
So
so he's gonna
just
recuse himself from
Class 3
the Class 3
licenses.
licenses.
Make it Class 2 also.
And Class 2.
Yes.
All right, can I have a motion to pass all of the ones listed except Hadley Country Club and Scituate Yacht Club and the Class 2 and Class 3 licenses?
So moved.
Second by Ms. Curran, further discussion, seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, can I have a motion to pass?
Who made the first motion?
I did. And now,
I move to approve the license for Hatherley Country Club and Scituate Yacht Club
you have to say the,
for,
It's so
We did.
difficult.
you have to, it's
We
all
should- we
alcoholic
should-
or whatever.
We almost had it.
Where's,
We should have voted on the first one there.
right here. Down here.
I move that the Board of Selectmen vote to renew the following club alcohol licenses for 2020, Hatherley Country Club and Scituate Country Club.
Second. I can second that.
Second by Mr. Harris, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Recused.
We have to get the yacht club now, yeah.
Oh, and, sorry, I meant
It
yacht
wasn't under that
club.
one. No, it's this.
It's a different license, isn't it?
Oh, there we go.
a license for-
I move that the Board of
What is it?
Selectmen
License for
vote
fun.
to renew a common
Did you catch what I
particular
said?
license for 2020 for the Scituate Harbor Yacht Club.
Second.
Second by Mr. Harris, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous.
No, it's not unanimous, it's 4 with 1
Four.
Recused.
Thank you, with one recusal. I move the Board of Selectmen vote to renew the following entertainment licenses: Hadley Country Club and Hadley Country Club.
Situate Harbor Yacht Club.
Where's that one? Oh, there it is, Situate Harbor Yacht Club.
Second.
Second by Mr. Harris, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it's 4-0. I move the Board of Selectmen vote to renew the following Class 2 licenses for 2020. Driftway Auto, Larry Finney, McBrien's Diagnostic Repair, Seacrest Auto, and Situate Shell, Inc.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye,
I
it's
recused.
4-0. Mr. Harris recuses. I move the Board of Selectmen vote to renew the following Class 3 licenses for 2020. Ray's Repair Shop and Ryan Allen LLC.
Second.
Second by Ms. Conley. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous, 4-0.
Thank you.
Mr. Harris refuses. Okay,
That was a good job, Tony.
and now we want to discuss,
The closing of the maritime,
yeah.
sorry. Open the town meeting warrant?
Yep. So, does anyone have the motion to open town meeting?
I move to officially open annual town meeting warrant to be held on Monday, April 13th, 2020, and the special town meeting warrant.
Second
Second, yes.
by Mr. Harris. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in
Aye.
favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's
Did you not want
5-0.
that done?
No, I'm good.
Shaking your head.
Just checking double days.
We're before midnight, so we made it, right? The date.
Winter closing is the Maritime Center, or did you already do it?
Didn't do that yet. Anyone have any discussion on the closing of the Maritime Center?
No, it makes sense. I didn't realize that we,
Don't do
that
it.
all the pipes weren't insulated, so I think
You're gonna
makes a
have
lot of
a,
sense, yeah.
will Kevin have a plumber go blow them out, drain everything down?
Yeah,
Good.
for next year.
Excellent.
Well, yeah, I think we already did it for this year. 'Cause it
Yeah.
wasn't,
Yeah, they would've-
rented.
Well, they're waiting your vote tonight.
Oh, yeah. It's gotta be done if
We
they're,
moved any meetings out of there because it's just, they're working every weekend.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, anybody want a motion, Mr. Chair?
Please.
Approve the closing of Situate Maritime Center effective November 1st for each fiscal year. Oh, and close December, what?
Tomorrow.
Oh, 4th,
skip this.
okay,
Yeah,
okay.
because we want to think a little bit.
And to close on December 4th, 2019 for the remainder of this year.
Second.
Second by Ms. Canfield. All in favor?
Aye. Aye to what? What did I agree
It's
to?
unanimous. Okay, so we are going to skip the appointments because it's midnight. And we are going to, are there any correspondence that need to be read?
Only Master Plan Community Workshop will be held Tuesday, December 10th at 7 PM at the Harbor Community Center.
Anybody else have anything that needs to get out tonight?
Not tonight.
Great. Can I have a motion to adjourn and sign documents?
So moved.
Second by Mr. Harris. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you all very much.